contrast. I love it. This is interesting. This is really interesting. Yeah, this is more like it. Ooh, I like this. Workstation. You can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. This could be like a forming of picture. There being created alongside, and you can see how there's like the crystal shell of the celestial being, and then this is like the rock and everything that's like being pulled out of space around it over time to form it into a planet. And how did it get like an actual body out of this? I'm so confused. And a female body of that. That is actually, that is not that bad at all. That's the avian right there. That's what the basic, I guess, female concept for an avian. And the males would have more of like a hippogriff, like thick mane around their necks. That it's like, I'm thinking of them as like the kind of dwarf species, because they're a little bit smaller, and so literally they have their manes braided in specific ways, and it's like you know, different braids represent different houses, represent different cultures, and you know, stuff like that. So you can tell like what basically family an avian male is from based upon the braid of his mane. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! For the males, something like this, and a little bit different for the females, same way how I'm doing, like, for instance, this is like a female avian, male avian. Alright, never done this before. Oh, it doesn't even seem that hard. No, I was right, about 10 million health. He did. He literally can't even hurt me. Is that gonna kill me? That hurt. Stand your ground! Maybe we'll get our first level 20 gem. We got it! We got one! And as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! You still don't like the grammatical hyphens and not having sentences between paragraphs, figuring out where I should split the paragraph, stuff like that. I mean, it's interesting. This is where we're just gonna have to go from like image to image. And I even love the curved beak because of the way that their beaks work. See, this is... Okay. This is really close because of how the avians actually evolved. And the way that they evolved is essentially the octopi built sky cities, and they started off with just like perches with vending machines, and then like taught them that, you know, if they like use the vending machine. They get food from the vending machine, and it's like eventually all the birds just like sat and lazed and just didn't do anything except eat out of these vending machines. And their hands moved up and their bodies extended. Take him. Welcome to the stream. Yes, ask away. What is up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Would you consider yourself a ladies' man? There's opportunity here for massive joke. No, I'm a lady man. I'm a cross-dresser. No, I'm not really a ladies' man. Didn't expect that answer? Yeah, no, most people don't. Ain't nobody got time for you to put some makeup on. Wait, how old are you? As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Quasi, thank you for the follow. How's it going? There's only 2 genders, Trump said? Yeah, I'm a cross-dresser. I am a male. Just because a woman wearing pants don't mean she a man, and just because a man wears some makeup don't make him a woman. How can you not extrapolate that to say that any woman that wears man's clothes is in the same way? Still, in a lot of places in the world, women can't wear men's clothes. Why is it to say that the culture can't change, since over time, take an extrapolation that over time, we have allowed women to wear men's clothes. So why not, after an appropriate amount of time, allow men to wear women's clothes? So the fact that you can't even extrapolate the fact that there's 2 sets of clothing means maybe you should go back to, like, the drawing board. You're the one who brought it up. I'm just chilling here, just doing my own thing. You completely are free to have that opinion. I mean, I am a writer. I love fantasy. I love other cultures. I love other ideas, ways of being, thinking. So, thanks for watching, and yo boys, welcome back. Alright. So today we're doing fictional histories. We'll take what we would consider the old world and the history of the old world and see how it holds up. So we'll have some notes here we'll go through. That'll help a little bit. Let's get into it.
How many times do I need to say
Jesus,
this?
that's loud.
History is complicated. It's full of half-truths, legends, and way too many stories of Zeus having affairs as animals. Our understanding of history comes from hundreds of oral records, written records, and now, Twitter and Instagram. Speaking of which, come follow me at these links down below. That's where I answer the questions. I'm pretty active on there. It's pretty cool. Anyways, history is not a timeline. History is a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. Which is why today we're discussing world building a history, and hopefully by the end of it you'll have a flowchart map to guide you in constructing a realistic, multi-dimensional world history. And the topic is super fitting because today's video is sponsored by World Anvil, an internet gem you might have heard of, perfect for chronicling world histories, and not only is it fantastic software, but it's run by great people. I would know. We're friends on Discord. Yeah, but more on them later. The first thing to understand is that what actually happened in history and what people think happened
is completely different.
Markedly different.
Yeah. The perception of historical events through characters is not equivalent to the actual historical events, because It's distorted and fucked up.
Questions. So, to begin, what actually happened? And should an author start with the story and reverse engineer a history, or should they start with the world history before they move on to the story? Around 1914, granddaddy of fantasy Tolkien began working on the family of Elvish languages he is known for today. His passion for linguistics goes so far that he even stated, "My work is fundamentally linguistic in inspiration. The invention of languages is the foundation. These stories were made rather to provide a world for the language than the reverse." So with this, given that Elvish splits into about 17 different dialects, Tolkien knew that the elves would have to split into various groups throughout history to cause these linguistic changes. For example, Tolkien wanted the Avaran dialect to be one of the most distinct, indicating that this was one of the oldest groups to split off, which the Avari did in the year 1105 of the Year of the Trees, one of the earliest diversions of the elves. Tolkien made something he loved an anchor, and devised a world history that would explain why some dialects are more similar or different in vocabulary, syntax, and grammar. And building outward from an element or few elements that you really care about ensures a cohesive world that is realistically...
Which is why I'm basing the species of the world as octopi, insectoids, and avians, because it's fascinating to me having races that are non-human in any aspect, like completely out there with the identity of what the races of the species are, and the only human, of course, is Husai. So having that, and then like my core foundational idea of wanting to be non-human, creating the races and then using all the beastmen as an example of that, right?
Grounded, because you're not shoving these things in later on, and it places the unique world you want at the heart of the
and the fact that the octopi are the oldest, most intelligent race, and the other races are genetically engineered derivatives of older species. They're not naturally evolved.
Experience of the reader, catering to a particular kind of audience who find unique world building a particularly immersive force in their enjoyment of the story. But...
and as well as the octopi leaving the water and going onto land, that's another, like, I had to build the entire construct of what their society would be like underwater, and then the reason for them to going to land, which was being infected by anima and wanting to spread across the 3 planes of the world: water, land, air.
This is more of a world builder's approach. People like Tolkien who are world first and story second, and it's fine if you are like that. But I think most people are writers first and world builders second. I know I am, Octavia Butler is, and Lois Lowry are. What I mean here is that a second method of building a world history is extrapolating out of things necessary for your story. Margaret Atwood wrote the...
That's why, like, talking about it and bringing life into it shows where the holes are. It's like blowing up a balloon to see where the holes are in it, so you can patch the holes, so then you can blow it up again. Making sure that everything is foundationally set in the way that it needs to be.
Handmaid's Tale, a story about a fallen America where the Republic of Gilead, an oppressive patriarchal regime, has risen with a particular focus on the woman's role as caregiver and mother. To justify the story of this dystopia coming to be, Atwood knew that an American civil war would need to take place after widespread infertility, and the
same with, like, when the octopi come out of the water onto the land, there has to be species on the land. And since the octopi want the land, they go to war with the beastmen in order to eradicate the beastmen, because they don't consider them of high enough level intelligence in order to be worth sparing. And then that war ensues. And then the fact of, oh, where does magic come from? Well, it has to come from a fundamental aspect of the world, which is, oh, let's pull the moon out of the sky and completely fuck everything.
That this war would use nuclear weapons in the far west, leaving only the northwest inhabitable. And building outwards from events necessary to frame your story is a good way to ensure that the world building always supports the narrative. Though it does mean that the world building is often less of the experience of the reader. It also helps make sure that the story doesn't feel shoved jarringly into the world, which is...
and that's why it's in first person, so it's like the slow exploration of the world through Husai's eyes and his interaction with other characters and how they work.
is an issue that I find world-building first writers run into. That's what the story can sometimes feel like. Whichever method you use, you then build outwards from there, the causes and the consequences, with the most important ideas you have at its foundation. So, step 1. Identify your anchors, either world-building elements you care about or events.
Alright, so... identify anchors, which are world building foundations. 1, rise of the octopi from water to land. 2, the attempted annihilation of the species on land by the octopi. 3, creating a foundation for magic. Bringing the moon out of the sky. Important elements. 1, the old world relied on technology. Magic did not exist. The stagnation of life, of comfortable life, inside the tree creates an urge for change in people. Thus, the Adventurers Guild is made and people begin to leave the tree. So it's like, how do we get the Adventurers Guild to exist? Well, we need the lifestyle to need to facilitate something more.
Events necessary for your story, and build outwards from there. And while this web model, extrapolating outward from your anchors, is an effective way to build a world history, it can lead to one problem. A one-dimensional history where a single event or a few events dictate way too much of your world building. Brandon Sanderson is a fantastic world builder, do not get me wrong. The reason his worlds feel so lived in is he so masterfully ties the cultural, magical, political, and economic dimensions of his world to one another. Soul-casting magic in the Way of Kings allows for magicians to create food out of stone, so armies are much more mobile with few logistical limits. But at the same time, when I read his books, there's a distinctive feeling that too much of his world history and the world itself was defined by this cataclysmic event called the Last Desolation, 4,500 years ago. That is a...
Well, it's technically only 600 years ago when the moon was pulled out of the sky. But that's not like the sole foundation base, right? Because then you have to figure out, well, why did the moon get pulled out of the sky? You know, what event? And that's like, it's supposed to be a reference for like the nuclear option. It's like, we can't do it any other way, so let's do it in the most efficient way. Let's just pull the moon out of the sky and fucking wipe everything out and restart from scratch. And that's essentially where it stands. But then there's also, like, the consequences of that as well is the creation of magic, which is a huge fundamental part of the world. So I could see what he's saying, but how to not do that, I don't know.
A long time. As in that time span, humanity has seen the rise and fall of the Egyptian Middle Kingdom, the Greek city-states, the Han Dynasty, the birth and death...
Yes, that's why it's like 600 years. It'd be like, if there was a nuclear war, in 600 years, civilization should be back to, like, the threshold that it is now. If there's, like, sufficient remaining like stuff, right? Like the entire world's not going to get completely fucked, but like let's say 90% of the world's fucked. That still leaves enough shit for people to be able to, after 600 years, rebuild everything, right?
Death of more religions than are alive today, the colonial era, and the life and death of Brad Pitt in full denim. Even if they're...
So it's like an event that takes place that doesn't fundamentally change. Okay, so let's write it this way. So, focusing too much on a single event to shape the world. Our counter. Since the moon falling out of the sky is such a massive change to the landscape, 4 continents become one, and then magic is introduced and the tree begins to grow. So it's like from this one event, all these things change the fundamental parts of the world. It's not like, oh, there was a Holocaust like World War II, and now it's like 6,000 years later and the Jews haven't recovered. It's like, yeah, maybe that's a bit much, but like 600 years after the complete and utter reshaping of an entire planet, I think that's a reasonable amount of time to be like at the very beginning of the cusps of beginning to expand out, right?
It was a devastating cataclysmic war 4,500 years ago. So much time has passed that its ramifications would be so abstracted from now that it'd be difficult to draw
It's not like a war between countries. It is literally the reshaping of the entire planet. And the supposed destruction of all of the Beastmen, even though the Monarch didn't think that the dragons would be able to carry the Beastmen to survivability, essentially. Hellish Mist, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Thank you for the lurk, good sir. We are comparing our world building to other world building causes. So far we've got the idea that the perception of historical events through the characters is not equivalent to the actual historical events. And we have identifying the anchors of our world-building foundation, such as the rise of the octopi from water to land, the attempted annihilation of the species on the land by the octopi, and then creating a foundation for magic, bringing the moon out of the sky. And the important elements that the world focuses on, the old world relied on technology because magic didn't exist. The stagnation of comfortable life inside the tree creates an urge for change in people, thus the Adventurers Guild is made. Because we needed a reason for the Adventurers Guild to be a thing, right? And then focusing too much on a single world-shaping event. And our counter for that is, since the moon falling out of the sky is such a massive change to the landscape, 4 continents become one, and then magic is introduced, and the tree begins to grow, plus the fact it's only been 600 years. So it's like reshaping of an entire planet, and it's only been 600 years. I think that's like a reasonable amount of time versus like what he's describing is it's a 4,500-year-old war that's its ramifications are still progressing through the world. And I'd say I'd counter that with the fact that even if we had, let's say, World War III and like 90% of the world was basically eradicated, after 600 years, we'd probably be back to the same spot we are right now. Because if you look 600 years ago, that's like the middle of the Dark Ages. So it's like we go from the middle of the Dark Ages to literally space travel in 600 years. So I think going from nuclear war and 90% of the planet being fucked to being basically fine again in 600 years is a reasonable time, right? Whereas, like, if you're talking, like, 6, 7, 8, 9,000 years in the future, I'd be like, shouldn't we be in space by now? Shouldn't this be a sci-fi thing about us, like, literally going to different galaxies by that period in time? By the progression of technology? Even after multiple setbacks? 9,000 years is literally from cavemen to frickin' space travel. So it's like the amount of time that you have, and that's with all real world setbacks. So it's like there is a level of too much suspension of disbelief that the world hasn't changed and it's been stagnant for too long. So I want to make sure to avoid that, but I think I pretty much have in my timeline. Because the timeline may be 10,000 years, but that's 10,000 years from like the beginning of the octopi basically being able to use tools to them rising to the surface and then pulling the tree out of, or the moon out of the sky and living in the tree.
Causal connection between then and now, culturally, politically, or economically. One real-world example of this is the story of the Great Flood, which we see in the Bible, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and so many other ancient cultures have similar stories. There seemed to be this grand cataclysmic event that radically shaped how...
And that's literally what we based, like, the falling of the moon, and the fact that, like, the life inside of the tree is so comfortable, because you don't need to eat, you don't need to sleep, you know? You literally don't need to do anything. It's almost impossible. You literally can't die if you're inside the tree. You can, but it's very, very hard. You literally have to be ripped to pieces. And that's just the natural healing power of the tree, let alone like having a healer around you or something like that. So we were also thinking about adding in like a medical facility at the bottom base of the tree before the entrance to Ifrit, so that adventurers that are critically injured and have like an ambulance station kind of idea, like a hospital with like airship dock, where it's like you could rush in injured adventurers from across the world via airship in order to get them back to the tree to possibly save their lives. I thought that would be like it just kind of makes sense, right? If you like you can pretty much instantly be healed inside of the tree, then why not bring adventurers that are on the cusp of death to the tree? And this is also a way to negate disease and stuff like that, as well as a technique that adventurers use in the beginning when they're journeymen to, and this is all evolved from this single idea, that they have to travel back and forth and basically do like pilgrimages between the tree and cities in order to gain natural immunity to diseases on the outside of the world. And as they travel further and further out, they have to keep going back to the tree to basically heal themselves from diseases and gain resistance to those diseases. And then eventually that gets turned into the idea of like a vaccine. So now there's like shots that adventurers can get in order to have immunity from diseases on the outside and stuff like that. And this is all progression over the course of like 250 years since the beginning of the Adventurers Guild. So this is all common practice nowadays.
They lived at the time, but it's very difficult to draw a strong causal connection between that event and
I hope you
how
got a
we
lot of
live
work
our
done on your
lives
story
and
tonight.
think
Gotta
now.
get some sleep
Also,
for
I want
work.
to be clear
Yeah,
that
it's
this
an
is a
interesting way to go
criticism that
about
can
it.
be
I like
leveled
it.
at Tolkien.
Hell
But
yeah, man.
Tolkien wrote
Thanks for
his world history
popping in.
with
Have a
an
good night.
intentional degree of surrealism, I feel. Whereas Brandon Sanderson does definitely go for a gritty, realistic world history. So we're dealing with kind of two different approaches. Understanding history means understanding there is no single history. No single thing or person or event
Excuse me. That's why it's like, there's a commonality that I based this off the idea of like, the commonality like he was talking about of like the flood. That even between all of these different cultures, they all discover the same things. But I think of it in the way of, if your culture is intelligent enough, you're going to discover the fundamentals on your own without any outside help. Like, any sufficiently advanced civilization is eventually going to figure out math. Like, no matter what civilization you are, no matter what you believe, no matter, like, how you are at some point in your evolution going to encounter math, and you're going to be using math. And that is a fundamental part of the world, because it is an expression of explanation of the world and the function of the world. So having something like mathematics, which would be like magic, so it's like replacing mathematics on a understanding level and calculated level to replacing that with like magic that is like having a calculator in your head that does it automatically. So it's like the ancients did it on paper and now we do it on our heads. And that's kind of like a contrast between how the technology and magic works, because now you don't really need the technology because you have the magic to facilitate the needs that the technology took care of. And the technology was there out of to facilitate function and convenience.
Know the rest of history. So following a single chain of cause and consequence to create your world history will feel one-dimensional. No, history is more like a dozen chains all starting independently and then later intertwining with other chains popping up occasionally. This is particularly something I notice with fantasy mythologies and magic systems or science fiction technologies with needle casting and
He's very, very true about that, because there is kind of no other way to go about it, in my opinion. Like, I haven't seen another way to go about it. It's like, that is the fundamental core of that genre, in my opinion. It's like, if you're reading a book about the current time, there are things like modernness, you don't need to describe certain things because they're obvious to modernness. But in fantasy, you kind of have to flesh those out. And even if you have the fundamentals like I do, like physics and science and everything like that, that functions exactly the same way as reality, then you have to have these pinpoints to, like, explain in exposition the reasons for and how the magic system and other systems in the world work. So it'd be like writing a science fiction book without explaining how ships or engines worked. I think that's a better analogy, is for like a sci-fi thing. So it's like, how do you write a sci-fi story that's not just about, let's say, people on a ship, that's specifically about the people and not so much about the ship? Like, I think like Dark Forest, the second book of Three Body Problem. But even then, it still has elements of the sci-fi in it. I don't know. That's an interesting question to pose, though.
Altered carbon, which often take a front and center role in the narrative. Relying too heavily on a few things to determine the rest of history or your world building can make a world feel static, like it hasn't changed and it all sprung from that one thing. And if there's one thing that history does do, it's change. Except for Zeus banging women as animals. Some things never change. And why is that? Because history is complicated. So instead, we're going to break it down. We're going to make it complex. We're going to start with what we'll call the 6 pillars of history. Politics, culture, technology, economy, geography, and religion. And this is step 2.
Alright. We have all of those. Alright, let's see.
Tell your world history through each of these lenses, writing out 6 timelines with vastly different perspectives that begin relatively independently of one another to remove any prime mover event. With this, your world history doesn't just feel like a single timeline tracking one chain of cause and consequence, but a multi-dimensional history. And building on this idea...
Okay. That's an interesting concept. It's not necessarily something we're gonna be able to do right now, but let's do this. Let's take this, and we will do this whenever we can. I like the idea of this. Multi-layered... Wait, what? Where did it go? Where did it... Multi-layered history. There we go.
To remove any prime mover event. With this, your world history doesn't just feel like a single timeline tracking...
I'm pretty sure I could do this. So let's see, the geography. So that's, starting at the bottom of the tree, or the bottom of the ocean, into the city, onto land, into the sky, pulling the moon out of the sky, completely destroying everything. Religion. The Beastmen have religion, so it's from the Beastmen's perspective because the octopi don't have religion, they just have science and technology. So, they can both see from geography, Beastmen from the religion side and the dragons, technology from the octopi side, political on both sides, cultural on both sides, economic on both sides. So yeah, we could definitely build that out.
One chain of cause and consequence, but a multi-dimensional history. And building on this idea that there is no one history, each of these timelines will be experienced differently dependent on geography. The European Dark Ages were a golden age of academia and technology for the Muslim courts of Damascus. The ascent of the United States to a world power was a time of decline for Britain. In George R. R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series, to give a fictional example, the two continents of Westeros and Essos have wholly different understandings of world history. Westeros sees the age of...
And that's kind of where it's like, I don't really have a history of the world before with the four continents, because that's all a mystery, and it's all part of the history and religion of the Beastmen that's played in like small pieces and parts, but there isn't like an overarching view of that. The only part of that that's in the real world is the different Beastmen and which like factions of the Adventurers Guild are like more closely related to each of those Beastmen, depending upon geography. Because the Beastmen tribes are all in different areas that are set for the species that they are, whereas the adventurers are spread everywhere and mingle in between them.
Heroes as a time of magic and great men and women, but Essos sees this same time as one of terror, with the Giscari Empire built on the backs of slaves rising to power. Yet, both continents highlight the Long Night as a catastrophic ice age of sorts around the same time in their histories, giving some shared legends and myths and cultural legacies between them. In this way, the Long Night is like the Great Flood stories of our world. And the more levels you do this on, continent versus continent, kingdom versus kingdom, even city versus city, the more realistic it becomes, looking at these 6 timelines from different perspectives, how they experience them differently. And that gives us step 3. Identify the ways different regions see the timelines of the 6 pillars differently, and the historical elements they share. Now, though the 6 pillar timelines give multiple dimensions to your world history, we can also use them to give multiple dimensions to individual events as well, because no matter what category an event might fit into, they always have causes and consequences on multiple levels, which is something that a lot of people often forget. They just say, the war was caused by them wanting the land, and it's like, well, okay, but there's economic dimensions to that as well.
Yeah, but there's also like anima, and then there's like the people themselves, there's greed, there's like, yeah, so there's definitely...
Why did they need the land?
That's
for their
check right there.
Agriculture, and also, was it because of a nationalistic rise in the culture? Was it because...
Yeah, because the monarch and the viceroy basically went, you know what? We're not pushing the boundaries that we need to be. We're not thinking big enough. We need to go bigger and grander. And everyone's like, hell yeah, bro, this place is getting boring. Let's kick it up a notch. And then for 3,000 years, they basically ascend from the ocean floor to the top. And I guess during, like, thinking about it that way, like 3,000 years, but they're being like genetically engineered, they're being like completely and utterly manipulated, plus it's like they're already pretty much a utopia, so it's like, and most of that doesn't even like come across in any way, shape, or form in the book. It's just my vision of how the world got to where it is.
It was a sacred religious land at one point. There's so many dimensions to how these things happen.
There kind of is that with like the Mughals, the Cactuar, and the Kate Sith, because they're areas that essentially you don't go to, but you hear about, and they're spoken of, and you meet like a couple of each of the race, but you never get to go to their fantastical lands that are like basically marked on the map. I have them already set up.
And oftentimes I just read a history of a fictional world and it's given one cause and one consequence. I mean, look at our world. World War One, while there was a bunch of politicians advocating for war from the start, there was a cultural glorification of war across Europe, and there was a fast out-competing German industrial sector that they were kind of scared of. Caesar's assassination, the Senate was losing democratic power, there was a cultural deification of Caesar as a person, and the dispossessed poor were looking for an alternative form.
Well, I guess that's a good way to say like how it changes between chapter 2, or even like chapter 1 and chapter 2, and Husai and everyone is just like, wait, what's this viceroy doing? Because the viceroy is trying to basically upend the ideals of the people, and through the last like 10 years he's infiltrated the council with a beastman who's a Lamia who's pretending to be an avian, and when he finally gets inaugurated, he's trying to tell people that they've basically been blinded by their thoughts towards people instead of ideas. And it's the fact that like you have to look past the person saying the idea to what the idea is. And he's trying to convince people of this, and they're all like, yeah, we get it. And he's like, no, you don't, and I'm going to prove to you that you don't. And then one of their highest council members literally takes off his helmet, and he's like the bridge between adventurers and the politicians. And he turns out to be a beastman. And everyone's like, wait, what the fuck? And then it's like, the extremists go off the deep end, a riot start. I don't know if the beastman's gonna die, or if it's just gonna be like, you know, Husai and everyone like jumps in to protect him. Like the adventurers like draw their swords, and it's like, okay, shit, guys, get the fuck back. Don't come near this shit, and the fanatics are trying to go at it. Maybe it's a bloodbath of some kind. I don't know. They get the hell out of there, and they're like, alright, well, that was fucked up. Thanks for your first day on the job being a fucking disaster. Like, holy shit. And then from there, it evolves into Husai being like, alright, well, we gotta fix this shit. We gotta go into the world and see what's actually going on. So I'll bring the Viceroy with me. We'll come back in, like, 3 months, and we'll give a report about what the outside world is like. And this will be, like, our conclusion of how we see the Beastmen after this period of time that'll give us enough chance to be able to convince people that maybe they should be brought into the tree and into the fold as normal people and not treated as third-rate citizens, since the octopi already treat avians and beastmen, or avians and insectoids, as second-rate citizens. So the avians and insectoids are the most fanaticals. They don't want beastmen to be on their level, essentially.
Form of government after the economic failure of the ruling class, and Caesar was looking like a pretty good king. Nice sharp cheekbones. Rise of the bronies? I can't explain that one, I'm sorry, that one's just a mystery. For a good example, let's look at Atwood's work, where she doesn't rely on a simplistic understanding of history to give rise to Gilead. It wasn't just a patriarchal party that rose to power. She extrapolates cultural and religious causes and conservative and reactionary leftist movements that led to it, political causes and a crackdown on...
This kind of the thing is like, the monarch's like, alright, Beastmen, you've seen the power that we have. Like, just go do your own thing in your own areas, man. We want the rest of this. And the Beastmen were like, and the dragons were like, fuck you. And the Beastmen were like, well, we got the dragons on our side, so, you know, we can pretty much do anything. We have the dragons on our side. And yeah, that didn't work out so well.
On rights following a series of terrorist attacks and environmental causes that motivated the group to act. And importantly, the social causes when humans became mostly infertile except for a few women, causing that shift in how people thought and wanted to live. And it's through these key events that her world history didn't just become realistic, but terrifyingly believable. So.
And it's like one of those things with the bloodline of the monarch, how only the monarch's children and the viceroy's children can mate, because they don't want people to inherit their genetic manipulations and enhancements that they've had over the years. And their direct descendants will have that. So it's only one direct bloodline, and then their firstborn son is the new monarch and the new viceroy, and then they fake their death, kill their son, become their sons, and then marry their wives and procreate again. So they're all the same line, but they're not presented as the same line.
Step 4. Ground your world history in forces of realistic change by giving at least 3 causes and consequences to each major event: political, cultural, technological, economic, geographical, or religious. And one way to visualize this would be to draw connections between your 6-pillar timelines, allowing you to easily see the relationship between these dimensions as they become intertwined. It'll get messy, but
Yep.
I mean, what real timeline isn't? And once you've worked out what
Exactly.
actually happened, you've got to work out what people think happened. They're never the same thing because history is complicated.
Yep.
Though, as a side note, some writers do skip finding out exactly what happened and just skip to the historical accounts part of it, just acknowledging that there is some ambiguity, that they don't even know what happened. This is what the Elder Scrolls does. It just gives you a whole bunch of contradictory texts, and it doesn't give you a clear answer. Technically speaking, there is no canon interpretation. There's just a whole lot of different interpretations that we've...
That's why I want the canon interpretation, because then if you can take all of those little points that are given throughout the book, you can construct a basic understanding of the idea of what happened. That the octopi came from the ocean, that the dragons commanded the beastmen, that the beastmen fought against the octopi, that they lost, that the monarch pulled the moon out of the sky after evolving the avians and insectoids and then pulling them all back into the dome. And then 150 years later they came out and went into the tree.
We've got to try and piece together to figure out what happened. I really love that approach. Some writers do that, some writers don't. Basically, you don't need to know what exactly happened. You could just acknowledge that people don't quite know. We have different perspectives on it. But you know that historical records are contradictory, embellished, and some people just think it's all hashtag fake news, like the fact we went to the moon. Kidding. I have to...
Like I said, if someone was like this to you, so there used to be this giant orb in the sky. It's not the sun. And your species came out of the water with metal and fire. And the dragons and the beastmen fought against this encompassing darkness. And they failed. In a final attempt, the monarch, to show his power and to totally demoralize the dragons, pulled the moon out of the sky and devastated the land. The consequence of this was the activation of magic, an unforeseen thing that the monarch now takes advantage of, because even after that the beastmen still tried to attack the tree. But even with the dragons, they couldn't get through the tree, and the monarch just thrived inside. So eventually the dragons stopped, and then the beastmen stopped. And then Fafnir went to sleep. And then Fafnir gets woken up at the beginning. At least 50 years ago, before the beginning. But the events in the beginning show that Fafnir was woken up. And that's why they have to go out into the world and discover what's happening with the beastmen.
I have to say I'm kidding, because there'll be someone who didn't realize that I was kidding. So, instead, we're going to look at 4 factors that answer how history gets like this, and what leads to myths and legends. The how, the who, the time, and historical narratives. Number 1. How was history recorded? For this, we will have 4 levels.
There's no history inside of the tree, other than, like, word of mouth that has reached the tree from the beastmen and their religion and history, and they use like the Incas Kupi, like braided, knotted strings of different kind of fiber and fabric to basically write a language.
oral history, pictorial history, written history, and primary history. Oral history is kind of like a game of Chinese whispers, thousands of people long over centuries, without the original person to tell you what they said in the first place. And this is why so much of our really ancient history is so questionable. Homer's The Iliad details the history of the Trojan War and was communicated orally for a long time before being written down in the 8th century BC, and while there is some historical evidence of a conflict during the Bronze Age, the details have clearly been embellished across the years due to an inability to fact-check, and that we don't know how much information was lost or added full stop. The second level is pictorial history, by which I mean the recording of historical events in pictorial records through art, architecture, pottery, or even tattoos. Egyptian hieroglyphs likely began as a language with this basis. Arguably, it's even older than oral history, but the reason that it is a step up is that pictorial history is static. It is harder to alter, and thus can be more trustworthy. Pictorial history may be wrong from the start, but it does...
And that's why it's like the mural on the walls inside of the sky cities that have arisen after Garuda are the ancient first cities that were created by the octopi and the monarch after the destruction of, the defeat of the Beastmen. And they sent those out, and there's like 15 or 16 major like floating cities, sky cities, on top of like the hundreds that they already knew, and those were essentially dungeons that they had completed. So all the adventurers have pretty much completed those dungeons.
Let's not forget, and it is a lot harder to alter details carved into a mountainside than a story passed down through generations. And the third...
Oh, but they have murals on the walls depicting events, and the Beastmen inside of their caves and stuff have like cave art and stuff like that, that some of the original areas specifically around like the Sahagan areas and the Sahagan caves and stuff like that are now flooded, all of that original stuff eventually gets excavated, and all of that mural depicts like the Beastmen Wars and stuff like that. So it's like every race kind of has their own area where they, like Beastmen race has their own area where they basically did like cave drawings of the events of the past, and then took those cave drawings and turned them into the ropes and braids and strings and knots that they call their written language.
Level is written history. It's static, but it also allows for far greater detail than either oral or pictorial history, and it allows for multiple perspectives to be recorded more easily. Now, it can be changed. For example, the written books of the New Testament were translated and copied dozens of times throughout history to preserve it. In that process, from Greek to Latin to English, some details or meaning were lost, and a few were even arguably changed. But in contrast, pictorial history is extremely time and skill intensive, and oral history requires an ongoing practice like the Vedic chants of Hinduism supported by a large group of people to keep it alive, whereas written documents can survive more easily. The Dead Sea Scrolls found in 1946 were preserved for thousands of years without human assistance. Though, as a side note, I do want to mention that how widespread the ability to read and write is a really important factor. If it's restricted to a certain class, or gender, or faction, then it may be less effective at accurately recording historical events, which we'll get to in a bit.
A lot of the things inside of the tree, too, for, like, entertainment purposes, right? Like, song, poem, play. Those are, like, the main three, like, forms of entertainment inside of the tree. So they're very, like, fiction-oriented. So the stories that they tell may have some roots in some areas of truth, but like 99% of it is just fiction, made for the fantasticalness of entertainment. And then when adventurers come in, the whole idea of it changes from like the idea of like romance and like political drama to like actually being like action and violence and stuff like that, and actually get into like deeper, darker themes kind of thing, instead of just the basic human experience. Now it's like the conflict of the human experience.
And the fourth level is primary history, which includes audio and visual recordings, as well as technologies like
which is, of course, the comm spheres, where comm spheres come in, and the video that Husai sees at the very beginning of the book. And it's like, comm spheres are very common. Like, everyone has one, basically. It's like not having a phone in our day and age. It'd be like not having a comm sphere. And people have like multiple comm spheres for multiple reasons. Like, you know, you got your work one, your home one, your friends one, your hobby one, your, you know, multiple of them. And then ones can be like used as recorders and stuff like that as well. So the one that Husai has, there's like an entire library of spheres inside of the guild hall and in other places in the world. So then there's like the secret ones that the monarch has, because that's where he took this one from and gave it to Husai
internet.
without him knowing.
With these technologies, historical facts have never been easier to verify, and records are incredibly static. Not only can we tell exactly what was said and seen at a time, but the technology makes it a lot harder for stories to become embellished, falsified, facts forgotten, or omitted, because we remove the distance between us and the primary source. We can look at the primary sources ourselves instead of trusting the written, pictured, or orally recorded second-hand sources of others. Though I do need to point out that the internet also makes it incredibly easy for anyone to send around misinformation, even if that misinformation is easy to falsify, to find out that it's wrong. However, when it comes to fantasy and science fiction, there are some interesting complicating factors that might change how static our recording of history is. For example, some elves like Galadriel in Tolkien's Legendarium are actually old enough to be eyewitnesses to ancient events that are recorded.
And that's the main thing, is the two characters that know the actual history of the world are the monarch and the viceroy, as well as Gaia, and all of the dragons as well. But like, the two main characters are the viceroy and the monarch.
Recorded by very few people, which we would expect to be falsified and embellished, meaning their recollections may actually be relatively accurate.
And that's why it's like, when they go back to fight Fafnir after gaining a Thomas and being kicked out of the tree and everything, like 3/4 of the way through the book, and they find out that Fafnir's attack on Garuda and his, like, aggravation towards the adventurers is a test to see how powerful the adventurers have actually become, and if they're worthy of joining up with the dragons in the fight against the monarch.
Donod's Remember Me features a technology capable of altering or wiping memories, which is used to manipulate people into believing that they suffered tragedies, they had certain relationships, or saw certain things happen. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series has a magic system that involves a pensieve, where memories can be perfectly collected, but also falsified, like we saw with Slughorn and the Half-Blood Prince. Each of these offer fascinating world-building questions about how we can trust historical records when we can't even trust our own memories. I would love to see a story go really deeply into that. You could use this to fantastic thematic and narrative effect with plot twists and reveals.
That's kind of how the Viceroy is, because of his good and bad personality. So there is an element of that to this.
So, step 5. Figure out how static the records of an event are with the level of technology recording it, and embellish, falsify, or change the details accordingly.
Well, that's why you have the 4 different types, right? So you've got like the cave drawing kind of things, you've got the oral history and religion of the Beastmen, you've got the physical recordings of like technology, and then you have the actual lived experience by those characters.
The second factor to consider is who is recording the history. For example, did you know that Kim Jong-il was born atop a mountain, his birth heralded by a swallow, and when he arrived, a star illuminated the sky, winter changed to spring, and a double rainbow arced across the sky?
It's a double rainbow! Look, it goes all the way!
According to our glorious leader, whom we would never question. People, nations, and organizations have
But why would you question the monarch? He provides everything we need in the tree.
Biases, ideas they want to promote and suppress for personal interest. The Saxon records of the 793 Viking raid of Lindisfarne describes the Vikings as coming with fiery dragons flying. Heathen men made lamentable havoc, and other records describe them as demons. The history of wars is written by the victor, after all. Who recorded this history, and which events they would alter, change, or emphasize due to their geopolitical position or character should be accounted for in your world history. So, step 6. Consider how who records the history changes the way it is recorded, and adjust your records accordingly.
Exactly, because there's the beastmen who are recording it, there's the adventurers who are recording it, there's the monarch who's almost trying to stop it from being recorded in, like, a very subtle way. Like, not that you would ever say, oh, I think he's trying to put down history. He's just trying to promote other things, and history just doesn't seem to be an important one of those things. And it's like, that could be acceptable to people for the fact of, oh, maybe there's a hidden history inside of the monarchy that's passed down that only the monarch knows of. And that's another conspiracy too, is that the monarch kind of knows everything and he's not telling people that.
And the third question is how much time has passed since the event? Records get more abstracted from the original.
Yeah, so technically since the fall of the moon, it was 150 years before they moved into the tree. So there's 150 years of being in the dome. So the first generation, the first 100 years in the tree, everyone knew what the old past was. So it's only been, they lived to be 150 on average, between 130, 150, 170. So that's only like 3, maybe 4 generations. So there's definitely word of mouth inside of the tree itself. And the fanatics are kind of the ones that proclaim that. Like, some of them just don't care, so they never passed on the knowledge. But other ones are, like, super important about it. And the monarch's like, it doesn't really matter. And then there's the plays, songs, and poems that have references to it that you can find. But it's all mixed in with this fantastical fantasy that's on top of it for people in the tree. So it's like, to be able to pick out the real ones in between is actually kind of, like, impossible to do unless you know the overarching ideas from the beginning, from my mind, basically.
Original account as time goes on, as a general rule, introducing omissions, myths, and falsities, even in well-documented events. Despite World War II happening only 80 years ago, beliefs like France's failure to anticipate Germany going around the Maginot Line on the border still persist, despite being able to verify that the Maginot Line was designed to force Germany through Belgium, which is exactly what happened. But historical abstraction doesn't just happen through bias and the flaws of recording methods that we've been talking about over time. The weird thing is that humans are intrinsically interested in exploring why things happened more than just recording the facts, which is why a lot...
Yeah, so it's like, the reason why everything is happening is because the monarch and anima want people to be as evolved, as intelligent, and as, like, the population's as large as possible. So they want to eliminate strife, they want to eliminate war, they want to eliminate anything that would cause friction between people so that people can live in a completely harmonious life that will cause them to evolve and multiply as fast as possible. And that's the idea that's being pushed, is the perfect utopia as a utopia that anima can have unlimited food from.
Of historical accounts tend to give some kind of conjecture along these lines. This is why great ecological disasters were often turned into the mythological intervention of the gods, and why myths about the Maginot Line persist.
And about, like, how like, there used to be 4 continents. Like, the beastmen believe in that they think they don't even, like, it's almost like they don't think they're from this planet because they were soaring on the dragon's backs for 150 years, somewhere around there. That's about the time it took for the land to, like, basically settle down and become, like, relivable again. And by that time, the tree was already, like, 3 miles high, 4 miles high, something like that. And then it's just exponential growth from there, and now it's like 20,000? 40, 60, 80. So it's probably about 800 miles, 800 kilometers up. I think. Like, just barely breaching the top of the atmosphere of the planet.
Because not only does this intrinsic desire become a problem when those recording it don't have all the facts, but the simplest explanations are the ones easiest to pass on. Step 7. Abstract records from truth to reflect time between the story and the event, as well as the desire to explain why, even without all the facts. And necessarily, you can't look at all these factors independently. They all mesh together.
Yeah.
They work together to explain why history is this way.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta look at it overall. And lastly, I want to talk about historical narratives and how we identify with history, what gives rise to myths and legends, and the relationship that has to character motivation. One narrative that you might have...
And it's kind of, there were a couple of stories that we wrote that were like the myths and legends of the past, and a couple poems. Like, let's bring up a poem and let's see. This is the defense of the Sahagan village. Sahagan village defense. In the grim darkness of the far future, where war is eternal and the galaxy teems with horrors, the ocean world of Aqueous Prime was no exception to conflict. Its vast seas teeming with life were home to the Sahagan, a race of fish-like humanoids with gills and scales, armed with nothing but iron spears and armor forged from the depths. They lived in peace, their simple lives revolving around the bounty of the sea, until the day the waters brought forth an unprecedented threat. From the depths a new terror emerged, the oceans churned, and from the frothing waves came the octopodians, a legion of the cephalopods, unlike any seen before. These creatures, each the size of a man, were encased in the sacred armor of the Aqueous Astaries, the space marines of the Imperium. Their armor, painted in the deep blues and purples of the abyss, bore the scars of battle fought in the void of space. They piloted tanks, amphibious machines of war, their treads crushing coral as they advanced onto the sandy shores of the Sahagan village. The Sahagan, unprepared for such an assault, met the invaders with bravery but little hope. Their iron spears clattered against the ceramic plate of the octopide's armor, sparks flying as each blow was met with resilience. The tanks, spitting fire and shells, decimated the front lines, turning the once peaceful shores into a battlefield of chaos and death. As the tide of the battle seemed to turn irrevocably against the Sahagan, a mighty roar echoed across the waves from the sky. Do you need to specify gills and scales if the reader knows they're fish-like? Those are like two fish qualities. No, not really, but it's more of like, what do you call it? I guess imagery factor? Because, like, a humanoid fish doesn't necessarily need to have gills, right? But the fact that they have gills means that they must have lungs and gills. Right? That's at least where, like, my mind goes with it. So that's why it's like, okay, well, let's say that they have gills too, because there's the possibility that they don't. But, and what you're saying is true. The octopodes were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. Drawn from the depths by some dark force, wave after wave of armored cephalopods emerged from the ocean, their tanks reloading and re-engaging. The dragon, despite its might, found itself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the enemy. Its roars of defiance were met with the unyielding advance of the cephalopod legion. Eventually, the dragon, wounded and exhausted, was forced to withdraw, its great wings beating a retreat back into the sky. The octopodes, having secured the beachhead, began to fortify their position, their tanks lining the shores like a new, grim horizon. The village lay in ruins, its defenders scattered or fallen. The spirit of the Sahagin was not yet broken. They retreated into the deeper waters, planning, waiting for the right moment to strike back. On the beach, under the alien stars of Aqueous Prime, the octopodes in their stolen space marine armor stood guard, their victory in this battle a mere prelude to the war that would continue to rage in the depths of this embattled world. But yeah, the idea of like a historical account from the eyes of the Sahagin at that period of time that's like almost fantastical in the way that it is. And it's also supposed to be told in a very basic and childlike way, in the way that the Beastmen talk, because the Beastmen are of a lower intelligence, so they don't have the ability to express ideas in language as well as like people. So like think of it as like a child talking. So there's a lot of like vocabulary and meaning that gets lost in translation with that as well. At least that's the idea behind it.
I've heard is that the capitalist United States...
But then that broken piece is taken and translated by Varius and Gluttony into a fashionable story, essentially.
States defeated the communist Soviet Union in 1991, being a triumph for democracy and capitalism. Whether or not this is true, the Cold War has arguably shaped more of our political and economic ways of thinking than, say, what caused the fall of Rome. Recent historical events and historical narratives are often more influential on what a character believes and they are motivated by. Even if they aren't true, or older events they don't think about are actually more influential on their lives. For example, the ideas of the Enlightenment and the French Revolution are probably more responsible for how we live today, but the threats and pressures of the Cold War feel more immediate to people alive today because there are people who lived through the Cuban Missile Crisis, so they make decisions based on those pressures. This is also why I tend to find ancient grudges between races, like commonly with elves and dwarves, to often feel contrived. We tend to be more motivated by...
That's why it's like the, never trust an elf. The slight racism between all of the races, and the racism that's caused by that racism. Like the octopi look down on the insectoids and the avians, so the avians look down on the beastmen, and this causes like a cascading class effect, essentially.
Recent atrocities and historical narratives that we identify with that come from them. A fictional example of this can be found in the Fire Nation in The Last Airbender. It's not the history of the 100-Year War that motivates citizens to continue to fight, but the historical narrative that they were sold, that this was the Fire Nation's benevolent way of sharing their prosperity with the world. So, what historical narratives are there in your story that people tell themselves?
And that's kind of how the octopi were at the beginning, but the dragons didn't want to listen, so they mustered the beastmen against them, and the dragons kind of forced the beastmen to fight. And that's kind of like repeating itself now in the fact of like in like the 4th or 5th chapter, or 5th or 6th chapter, when you go to the beastman village and you find that the like Sahagin, who's like good friends with Gluttony, is basically dying because he's been in captivity for like a month and a half, basically being starved to death and tortured, and Fafnir's now gathering as many like as he can under his reign in order to attack. And they find this out, that basically the order's been given to attack, and they're ready to attack, and they're gonna go attack Garuda. And he's like, oh shit, well we gotta get ourselves over there. And then there's the fall of Garuda and everything.
whether true or not, and how does that influence how characters think and act and feel motivated? And a really interesting part of this is legends and myths. They can spring up from misinformation or evolved...
Same with like songs, plays, and poems, in the way that Gluttony and Varius are going to raise up Husai by immortalizing Zaid in a play that basically shows him the reason why he's fighting, and that he can't give up, and that people are relying on him, and that he just has to believe in himself, and he can make a difference, just like Zaid tried to. And Zaid did make a difference, even though he died.
Records of history, but they also rise from historical narratives. Rome's early history began with a war against the Sabines to the north, which was likely a border dispute between the tribes. But Rome always had this national historical narrative that their prosperity and triumph was blessed by the gods. Thus, the records of Rome's founding by Romulus, a son of the war god Mars, detail that this war against the Sabines was won not through strategy or the like, but through the intervention of Jupiter, king of the gods. The records of the Sabine War, which actually did happen, aren't just altered due to time and recording flaws, but a myth rises from it to reflect the historical narrative the Romans wanted to believe. And all of these factors are only complicated further by studies showing that our memories are unreliable at best after a short period, inferring that they saw glass at a car crash even if there wasn't any truly, meaning that we're more likely to accept answers that make sense to us for our historical narrative, whatever their people's relationship with history is. How would your fictional society see the arc of their history, and how would this influence what legends and myths come to be? Creating a fictional history is really hard, but it will be made easier with World Anvil, a fantastic online application.
There's also a tendency in historical documents for them to exaggerate their victories and downplay their defeats. Exactly, and the fact that, you know, history is written by the victors, right? So, that's a huge part of it. And even in the book and everything, it's like there are histories of battles between the beastmen and stuff like that. And there still are like grudges and battles, and there's like the beastmen that are warring beastmen, and some that are peaceful and trading and stuff like that, some that are neutral. You know, there's a large variety depending upon where you go and who you talk to and stuff like that, right? So, well, I think we did this one a little bit better. Because we weren't really taking that many notes at the end, because it's like most of this stuff is like, well, we're just gonna say it. I failed this test. I failed. But that's a good thing, because it's like I have the ideas in my head, but I don't know where to place them. So this gives me an outline. Where is it? Here. To work with. So we can look at these different sides of where timelines meet up and why events happen across these different ideas of how you perceive the past and what you pay attention to and what's most important, and depending upon what character in the history, from what they like, who's writing the history and why they're writing the history, right? But great video. Let's go like this here, right? Historical fiction. No, it's fictional histories. There we go. Alright. So now, since it didn't take us freaking 4 hours to do a react, we can do the Reddit stories that we were going to do yesterday. That's loud. There we go. close it? I did close it because I'm an idiot. I think it's... these three? Or did we read this one? No, I don't think so. What happened here? Why is this being so... Okay, I think that's better. Alright, Siren's Cove. Few days on the coast was just what the doctor ordered, and that's literal. Josh's therapist told him that he was working himself half to death, that maybe a vacation would help him get his mojo back. There was nothing stopping him. He had plenty of vacation days saved up, and his ex-wife had custody of their twin girls for all but 1 week this month, which for Josh was a blessing. He always wanted a son. He was profoundly disappointed that his wife refused to keep trying after the girls were born. It was one of the many reasons their marriage didn't work out. He was eager to spend 5 days at the beach, forgetting about his stressful job and the daughters he didn't see eye to eye with. So he browsed online a really good off-season deal on a VRBO condominium. It was in the middle of November, meaning most of the locals would be away from the beach, wrapped up in hoodies and sweatpants if the weather did even ever dip below 70 degrees. But he grew up in Massachusetts, so even on a November day, these waters off the coast of South California felt as fine as a bathtub. After going inside and setting his clothes in the condo's dresser, he dove through the folder of brochures on the coffee table. He was just looking through the takeout recommendations for the night, but one of the brochures he found caught his eye for a completely different reason. Siren's Cove Historical Tours. The brochure's title read. He got curious and opened it. Legend has it that there used to be a siren haunting this land. One who'd sing from the beach and lure lonely, unmarried sailors, fishermen, and dockhands into the sea with her songs, only to take them below the water and devour them. Our walking tours will take you all the... And that's where he stopped reading. It was a funny local legend, but he thought was clearly just made up as a tourist trap. And the last thing he wanted to do on this vacation was spend time hearing outlandish ghost stories. Even though it was well past dark, it was a warm night by his Massachusetts-born standards, so he put on his Crocs and decided to go for a little walk on the beach. As he stared into the pitch-black water and the starry night sky, he heard something amazing. It was a woman singing. And not just any singer. This was the best singing he'd ever heard. There wasn't any lyrics to her songs, but in a way, that made it better. It made it more enchanting. He looked around, hoping to see where it was coming from, but he couldn't find it. He kept getting closer and closer to the water, but still, he couldn't tell where this heavenly music was coming from. "Sir, a male voice said. Josh turned around and saw a man on the beach with a flashlight in his hand. When Josh got closer, you could see the vest security on it. Sir, I'm with the City Parks and Beaches Department. I'm sorry, but the beach is closed after sunset. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to vacate. Thank you. I'm sorry, he said. Don't worry about it. It happens all the time. Just please go back, the security guard said. By the way, did you hear that? Josh asked. Hear what? The security guard asked. The singing. The singing? No, the guard said. Josh then asked, any chance you're married? The security guard then showed his wedding ring. Happily married, 34 years. Why? Josh ignored the follow-up question and continued walking back to his condo. Josh ordered a sandwich from one of the places recommended on the folder of brochures, ate it on the condo's back porch, and went to bed. But as he went to sleep, he couldn't stop thinking about that intoxicating song. How could any human voice be so perfect? And where was it coming from? The next day, he tried to move on from what happened. He figured it's probably just a dream. After all, could a voice that perfect be real? So, in the morning, he laid on the beach and read James Pattinson's detective novel brought from the thrift store. Around noon, he went out for lunch in one of the beachside restaurants, and by the mid-afternoon, it was time to take his shirt off and get in the water. The beach wasn't too crowded, just a few families with children too small to be in school. He set up a chair in the beach, left his shirt on and his cell phone there, and approached the water. As he did, he began to hear the singing again. This time, he knew it wasn't a dream. He could hear it, clear as day. There was a couple near him, building sandcastles with their kids. Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but you know where that's coming from? Josh asked. Both husband and wife looked confused. Where what's coming from? The husband asked. The singing, Joshua said. I don't hear any singing, the wife said. Sure that's just not the wind? It's a bit of a breezy day. This wasn't no wind, he was sure of it. He got into the water. It didn't stop. He went further and further. The singing got clearer and clearer. And then he saw the singing. A beautiful woman with a perfect face and golden blonde hair. Come on, come swim with me, she said. The next thing he knew, he was back on the shore with a paramedic standing over his chest. Sir, you're awake, thank goodness. Are you alright? The paramedic asked. Yeah, I feel okay. What happened? You gave us quite a scare is what happened. You were drowning. Thankfully, the beach lifeguard saw you and dashed out there to pull you onto shore. You should be okay. But be more careful. Thank you, don't worry. It won't happen again, Josh said. He was exhausted physically and mentally after what happened, so he just chose to spend the evening indoors. The condo had a comfortable couch and a TV that got all the sports channels, so he decided this would be a perfect place to watch football. Sure, it wasn't what he originally planned, but hey, at least it'd be relaxing. While he was watching Auburn vs. Georgia Tech, he heard a knock on the back window. He looked up and saw a flawless face of a woman from earlier. He rushed out to see her. By the time he got out the back door, all he saw were footprints leading straight to the water. And then the singing started, the beautiful, intoxicating, mesmerizing singing that was coming from the beach. He ran towards it, the same security guard from the day before. He yelled, "Sir, the beach is closed," but Josh ignored him. Ran straight through the beach and into the waters. "I'm here!" he yelled as he was waist deep in the water, but he heard the singing move further out, so he waited further out until it was too deep to walk and began to swim. "Sir, please come back," the security guard shouted one last time from the shore, but he fell into his deaf ears. The woman, the beautiful, beautiful woman, poked her head out of the water. Despite having just been under the surface, her radiant blonde hair still looked straight out of a magazine. "I'm here," Josh said before she grabbed him by the wrists and pulled him underwater. Josh was never seen or heard from again. His remains were never found. Love it. Love it! That's good shit. Knock, knock. Never talk to strangers. If someone ever tries to take you, fight with everything you have. Scream as loud as you can. Lacked suspense, I reckon. Yeah. I'm more about the idea, though. I like the idea. But yeah, it's not fantastic. It's just, you know, I like the idea. And the fact that it's like, like the world just kept telling him, "Hey dude, stop fucking doing this." And he was still like, "No, I'm gonna go do it." Yup. It's like, fuck. He'd never told her what to do if the man was too strong and there was no one to hear her screaming. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking on the door of Sabine's forced cabin startled her so much that the copy of Ink and Bone by Lisa Unger flew out of her hands and onto the floor across the room. After snapping out of the trance the horror book had her in, and taking a few breaths, she instinctively got up and walked over to greet the guest at the door. Sabine had grown up in a small town where everybody knew everybody. Crime was so rare that nobody bothered to lock their doors before bed or check who knocked on the door before opening it. As she gripped the door handle, Sabine realized she wasn't in her small hometown. She was in her family's cabin in a dense forest in rural Washington, and the clock in the cabin wall read 9:17 p.m. No one should be knocking on her door. There was no civilization for miles. She didn't know what to do. She was alone in the middle of nowhere, and still spooked from her book. Bang, bang, bang. "Hello, is anybody there?" said a man's voice from the other side of the door as he knocked again. Sabine responded hesitantly. "Who is it?" "I was..." He paused for an unusual moment of time. "Hiking in these woods and got lost. Can I come in and use your telegraph?" Telegraph? This perplexed her. She assumed he had misspoken at telephone. Still, though, something with the whole situation was weird and unsettling. I don't think I'm comfortable with that." She tried to mask her nervousness as she continued. "I can give you directions to the road and the nearest gas station, though, if you'd like." "No, no, no, no." His voice began to get louder as he sounded frantic. "No, you need to let me in. I need you to let me in." He started pounding on the door and kept repeating the exact phrase repeatedly. Terrified now, Sabine quickly locked the door and started to go around, ensuring all the windows were closed and shutting the curtains while shouting, "Go away, I'm calling the police." However, this didn't seem to faze him as he continued pounding on the door. She found out why when she picked up the landline. And heard nothing but static. She tried her cell phone in vain, but knew there was no cell service for miles. "You need to let me in! You need to let me in!" The raving and pounding were getting louder and more violent. Sabine didn't know what to do. She was trapped in the cabin with no way to get help. Her father insisted she take one of his handguns in case a situation like this happened, but she refused as holding a gun frightened her. But now she was regretting that decision. All she could do was grab the fireplace poker and sit in the corner of the cabin, hoping the intruder wouldn't break it through the locks. Sabine screamed in horror as she watched the man's fist go straight through the door and unlock it from the inside. The man that walked through the doorway was skinny and reminded her of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. He looked like he maybe could have been hiking, as he was wearing cargo shorts, an athletic tank top, an outdoorsman bucket hat, but he was also wearing sandals, which would be hell to hike in, and it had been pouring rain all day, but his clothes weren't even damp. The main thing she noticed, though, was his eyes. They were pitch black with no pupils or irises, just two black marbles in his eye sockets. She continued to scream at the man walking towards her, cowering in the corner. With the way he was screaming and pounding on the door, Sabine subconsciously expected to see anger or fury on the visitor's face. Instead, he wore a plain, emotionless expression. She tried to swing the poker at him, but he caught it with his right hand and yanked it out of her grasp. His other hand, bleeding from going through the thick wooden door, grabbed her by the neck, lifted her off the ground, and started choking her. She tried with all her strength to break free from his grasp, but to no avail. As her breath and energy dissipated, Sabine gave up and just looked straight forward into the infinite voids were his eyes. She became so entranced that she barely felt the fireplace poker plunge into her stomach. The man dropped her on the ground with blood flowing out of her stomach into a pool and stained the woolen white sweater she was wearing. Still maintaining the same emotionless expression on his face, the man turned around and walked out of the door into the forest. Interesting. Epic. Captain Cuckchair, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Yeah, man, I love it when people just randomly die in stories. They're the best. Those are my favorite short stories. Remember me, remember you. Gun is strapped to my side. It's heavy, unnatural, and startling. Not supposed to be there. Oh wait, no, I've already done this one. We read all good. How are you, kind sir? Good, good. We are super good. That's the wrong story, though. Hold up. Someone mute this fool. Okay. Yeah, no, we've read that one. pretty sure we read this one. Yeah, we read this one. What the hell was the other one then? Maybe it was this one. I don't remember this. Okay, it's probably this one. So we were supposed to read these yesterday, but talk is such a vibe. I am glad that you think that, Cook Chair. It's a good time. So, pretty sure we've hit the mark, guys. I'm pretty I'm like this like it's pretty insane. So thank you all. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm excited though. Hopefully tomorrow it will be tomorrow, boys. I think so. Alone. Sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe and to love you. The song faded out and the commercial for car insurance was telling him he could save up to 15% if he signed up with them. John hit the button on the clock radio. His eyes did not want to open. Jeanette had slipped him that trank pill to help him sleep, but it had knocked him on his ass. He fumbled around for his phone. Through slitted eyes, he read the date, Monday. He had gone to bed Saturday night and around 3 a.m. He sat up quickly. His head immediately throbbed with pain. Jesus, he thought. Did I really sleep through an entire day? It was 5:45 a.m. He had to get ready for work. He stood up and stretched. His back popped and cracked. He headed to the bathroom for a shower. The hot shower had helped. He felt awake and ready to go. His stomach grumbled and he went to the fridge. Not much in the way of breakfast food. He closed the door. He'd just stop at McDonald's and get a sausage McMuffin. He checked his watch. 6:15. He had to clock in at 7, so he still had plenty of time. He got dressed and grabbed his keys. It was nice out. Birds chirped and a cool breeze ruffled his damp hair. The street was oddly quiet for a Monday morning, but it was still early. He hopped in his Jetta and pulled out the driveway. As he pulled onto Main Street, there was no traffic. He pulled up to a red light. McDonald's was 3 more lights down. He was looking around and still couldn't see anyone. He was beginning to feel weird. He rolled down his window. The city was eerily silent. The light turned green. He didn't move. Instead, he stepped out of his car. There was a diner to his left. He could see through the windows. It was empty. On his right was a Shell gas station. He got back in his car and pulled into the gas station. He peered through the door before stepping inside. Empty. Hello? He walked to the back of the store. The stockroom door hung open. He poked his head in. No one. What the? He got back in his car and drove down to the McDonald's, ignoring the traffic lights now as a sense of panic began to rise in his chest. He pulled into the drive-thru, past the speaker and up to the window. No one inside. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts and hit send on Jeanette's name. Straight to voicemail. He tried his buddy Jordan. 4 rings, then voicemail. He tried his boss. Straight to voicemail. He stood staring at his phone in disbelief. He got back in his car and drove the rest of the way to the office. He worked as an office supply distributor. His boss always answered the phone. There was seemingly no one in the building. His boss, Ken, should be in the office. He knocked, then opened the door. Empty. He pulled out his phone again. It still said Monday. Now, 6:52 a.m. Should he even bother clocking in? He laughed, but it wasn't genuine. Deep down, he was afraid. He had tried to call a few more people unsuccessfully, then decided to drive to Jeanette's, but her house was empty. He cruised through the surrounding neighborhoods. There should be kids getting ready for school, waiting for the bus. There should be people on their morning commute, sipping coffee and waiting in traffic while they listened to podcasts. There was no one. The streets were empty. The houses were empty. It's as if every human being in Tampa had evaporated. He remembered the story about the rapture from his days in Sunday school as a kid. That would have left behind all the sinners, but that couldn't be right. There were a lot of sinners in Florida. He chuckled at the thought, but it gave him an idea. He knew where the hood was. If this was the rapture, those wannabe gangsters would still be around. He headed to Highland Pines. He drove slowly through the area. It was still dead silent through here. No movement, nothing, and nobody. So many Did Michael Jackson write this? He sat in the middle of the road, his door open, one left light out of his car. He was staring straight ahead, his mind trying to work out what was going on. He had gone through every possibility he could think of. Rapture? No. Mass evacuation? Maybe. But for what? Max extinction? There would be bodies, so no. He stepped out of his car and started walking along the sidewalk. His hands jammed in his pockets and his head down. He stopped suddenly and turned towards a row of run-down houses next to him. He walked up to the first one and saw it. He saw and walked in. Hello? Anybody here? The place reeked of weed. He stepped into the living room. The TV was on and Steve Harvey was making a face at the camera as the contestants on the Family Feud behind him laughed. He walked upstairs. The bedrooms were empty. He tried 3 more houses, all empty. Bro, Levi is ruthless? Yeah, man. I know, right? But hey, it is what it is. It's a Reddit story. What do you expect, right? Like I said, it's more about the ideas. But we can all brag that we're a better writer than these people, generally. There are some good stories, but yeah, most of them, like, it's just the idea. It's not necessarily that they're that great. I am dreading this one, because look how fucking long it is. I'm like, what the hell? How is it this long? Began to wonder how big this was. Did everyone in Tampa disappear, or was this global? A loud growl came from his stomach. He still hadn't eaten. He had an idea. He went back to his car and headed back to McDonald's. He stepped around the counter and went to the grill. He had worked at Sonic when he was younger. He knew how it all worked. Turned on the gas and hit the igniter, then turned on the fryers. I'm not a phenomenal writer, but it helps to spot others' flaws so I can feel better. Yeah, exactly, right? And then you can see the difference in, like what you're good at. I think that's a really important thing. It's like, use the things that you're good at, right? 20 minutes later, he had potato cakes. Yeah, the shop doesn't work. You have to scroll down, and when you scroll down, there'll be the, Is it not working? Fuck, is it broken? Botrix might just be broken. Fuck. I don't know. Does it work on Kick? Yeah, I think this one only works for Kick, unfortunately. I'm thinking a lot about elegant variation and how you could really badly do an inelegant variation by just going as far out of your way as possible to avoid repeating words. Yeah. That's why it's like that's why it's like I use majestic as one of like my main words that I use for describing something that's like above and beyond, right? Like a sunset, a volcano exploding, you know, a blinding light, a great act. There's a lot of things that you can substitute that for. 20 minutes later, he had potato cakes, a sausage and cheese McMuffin, and a cinnamon roll. He sat at the table and ate. The silence was unnerving. He stared out the window at the lifeless world beyond. He sat at a bus stop bench for a couple of hours, still waiting, hoping to see someone. No cars drove by. There was no bus coming. He wished he could smoke a blunt right now. Internally, he was freaking out. This gave him another idea. Big J, a.k.a. Jason Brentwood, was the guy he usually called when he needed pot. He drove to Jay's house. The door was unlocked. It was a modest 2-story home. He found Jay's bedroom. He had been in here buying sacks many times. He slid the large wooden box out from under the bed and raised the lid. There was about a quarter pound of weed in a large freezer Ziploc bag. There's a bunch of pre-bagged $25 sacks and a few different pill bottles. There's also a pearl handle chrome Beretta 9mm. He ran his fingers over the gun. Jesus, Jay, you're not playing, huh? He grabbed the pre-bagged sack of weed and started to close the lid, but stopped. He opened the lid again, threw the small baggie back in, and pulled out the large freezer bag. Why not? It's not like you'll be needing it, he chuckled. He sat in Big J's driveway and rolled a fat blunt. He touched flame to the tip and inhaled. This one's for you, Jay, wherever you are. He sat there getting stoned and trying to keep his mind off the empty world around him. He woke up in the smoky car and coughed. He hadn't meant to doze off. He raised his seat and opened the door. The smoke rolled out, catching the breeze and curling off into the sky. John was baked and the munchies were starting to take hold. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught movement. He turned, expecting to see Big J come walking up. His mind went to the large bag of marijuana in his passenger seat. He's gonna kick my ass, he thought. It wasn't Jay, though. He stared at the creature coming up the street. It was tall and thin, with 4 legs and 2 arms, like a centaur, but it had black skin and a face of a human. In one hand, it held what looked like a square piece of glass, the size of a paperback. It was tapping rapidly at the glass and mumbled to itself. John ducked behind his car. He almost fell over. He was breathing hard. Sweat was breaking out on his forehead. He was scared. He peeked through the window. The creature hadn't noticed him. He was trying to control his breathing. Don't panic, repeated over and over in his head, as the grotesque creature was almost even with the car. John started slowly making his way around the front of the vehicle. His shoes scuffed on the pavement. He froze. He peeked up, looking through the windshield. The creature was moving toward the car. He had to make a decision, and he only had seconds to do it. He turned and bolted towards Big J's front door. Behind him, the creature yelled in a strange, warbling voice, "You're not supposed to be here!" Then he was inside. He ran up the stairs and down the hall to Jay's bedroom. The Beretta felt heavy in his hand, but its weight was comforting. The gun had been lying on top of 2 extra magazines, both loaded. He slid the mags in his pocket and went to the top of the stairs. He could see the front door from here and leveled the pistol at it. A shadow fell in the doorway. The gun was shaking. Sweat rolled down his back. A black 3-fingered hand wrapped around the side of the door and pushed it open. The creature stepped in. John pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. He stepped back into the shadows of the hallway. He could hear its footsteps downstairs. It hadn't seen him. He looked at the gun and then at him. He hadn't racked the slide. He did it as quietly as he could. There was a click and the bullet slid into the chamber. The footsteps downstairs stopped. John went to the top of the stairs again and looked down. The creature was staring right at him. "You there! You're not supposed to be here!" John froze again. He wanted to pull the trigger, but this thing, whatever it was, didn't appear to be threatening. What the fuck are you?" His voice came out weak. The creature tilted its head. "I'm a timekeeper." The gun was shaking again. His hands were slicked with sweat. His shirt was soaked through as well. "I don't know what that means. Where is everybody?" The timekeeper squinted his beady black eyes at him. "Don't you know? I know. I woke up and everybody's gone. This is a dead timeline, Mr. John. Mr. John, you should have moved on with everyone else. I don't understand. Nor do I. Are you going to kill me?" "No, Mr. John. I'm just here to inventory this timeline." "So what happens to me?" "Nothing. You live out your days in this timeline. I've never known of anyone being left behind. I suppose it was bound to happen sooner or later." John shoved the pistol in his belt. "Can you send me to the proper timeline?" "I'm afraid not. Our time displacement devices are installed in our heads. I can only move myself through time." John's hand went to the pistol. The creature watched him. "You could kill me, but even if you dug the device out of my head, it wouldn't work for you. They only function for the person whose biokey it matches. I will make a note of your displacement, though. Maybe management will see fit to send someone to retrieve you. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. John." "Aloha, Talk. Nice to always enter a fantastical space." "Hell yeah, you're Essentia. Welcome, welcome. How's it going?" We are reading a story about, I guess, a guy being left behind in a timeline. It's very interesting. Didn't think this is where it was going, but it did hook me. Scotty is funny. Scotty is nice. Scotty comes from the land of maple and ice. Scotty is right. He's never wrong. Scotty takes a hit from the Rick and Morty bong. I fucking love it, Cuck Chair. Oh my god. Can I pin that message? How do I pin that message? Pin that message. I tried to put 7,000 minutes. Manually unpin at the end of the stream. There you go. There you go. We have a pinned chat now. You can also ask me to pin stuff. Oh, that's great. I can... Cuck chair, you got all of you guys. You're all fucking amazing. I love you guys. Let's take a toke for that one. But I gotta go grab some more chocolate milk and shit. So I'll be right back. I know I'm pausing the story here, but I think this is like a perfect time to pause the story because it still seems like we've got another couple of minutes of reading. So I don't know where this is going, but I like it now. Taking a swig for that then. Hell yeah, brother. I'll be right back. Yeah, buddy, spam those emotes. Let's go. Emote spam is only really a problem if it's like that pop slinger, hoop slinger guy. Dookie? But Dookie was so fucking funny. I still have no idea how to work the YouTube chat though. But Dookie showed me we do have a problem. I can eliminate it now, so if someone ever does that again, I can like turn off all of YouTube chat. And since I think I've only once, like maybe twice ever, he was funny enough that it was kind of great. Yeah, it was just one of those things. And eventually, I did manage to turn it off, so he was still spamming in the background, which made it so I couldn't read the chat, but it didn't really affect you guys. I just had to read the chat off of OBS instead of off of my actual. Like, because I have this that I use. It's just the all chat. And it has, like, all the chat on it. Whereas looking at it on OBS, I actually have to, like, look at it on the stream then. So it's a lot smaller. The creature made a small bow and then faded out of existence. John ran down the stairs to where it had been standing. Nothing. It was gone. He sat on the bottom stair and put his hand on his hands. Put his head on in his hands. Excuse me. What the hell? He asked the empty house. He pulled the pistol from his waistband and turned it over in his hands. He wasn't a religious man. Never had taken to it. He knew suicide was a sin for the Catholics. Maybe it was. Life was precious. Life was fragile. And finally, life was gift. He thought all three were probably true. To put the barrel in his mouth. The cold metal clicked against his teeth uncomfortably. Tears dripped from the corner of his eyes. He tried to squeeze the trigger, but he couldn't make his fingers do the deed. He dropped the gun to the floor. He was alone. Regardless of what that alien thing had told him, no one was coming to take him up to a timeline populated with people. He knew it in his heart. The timekeeper had been just another cog in some cosmic form of bureaucracy. He was a lone number on a report filed away in a great filing cabinet amidst the stars. He wasn't ready to give up, though. Not yet. This world was his now. He looked down at the gun that had belonged to his weed dealer. Won't be needing that. He stepped out the front door. A world of possibilities lay in front of him. Man's got a whole empty world, and this is his first thought? Yeah, I know, right? Like, just, I would enjoy that. No offense to anyone else, but like, I'm kind of a loner. I'd be like, alright, I just don't have to do anything now? What? The only thing I have to do is like, find enough, like, the local Walmart alone in perishables could last me a fucking lifetime. He got in his car and took off, his speed slowly increasing until he was tearing down the long road at 95 miles per hour. His adrenaline was pumping and he was screaming, a strange mix of laughter and sobs. He felt the glee of absolute freedom, but that emotion would be quickly replaced by a crushing dread. Levi comes from a land down under, and he will tear your work asunder. Levi knows the rules to many different games, and he can pronounce rather complex names. Fucking hell, Cuck Cherry, you're amazing! What the fucking hell? That's not fucking awesome! Can I pin... Will this pin destroy the other one? I don't care about the other one. We gotta put that one up. Fuck mine. Levi's is way better. He's not an Aussie. He's the Kiwi. I have heard people refer to New Zealand as the land down under, and I'm like, are you retarded? But maybe some people do. I don't know. I just know that's literally fucking the land down under because it's on the other side of the world. Is fucking Australia. Oh man. He got in his car and took off. Oh wait, no. Crushing dread. Back and forth his emotions went. He felt as if he might explode. Finally, he slammed on the brakes, leaving long black lines on the road behind him. His vision was blurred. He wiped his eyes and sat there, staring at the car lot at the right side of the road. His breathing had returned to normal, and he thought he just might be okay. Big Jim's used cars had a healthy assortment of old and new, but it was one car in particular that caught his attention. There, amongst the section of older muscle cars, sat a cherry 69 Chevelle. The sun sparkled off the flecks of dark gray paint. Two thick black racing stripes ran the length of the car. He got out of his little blue Jetta, grabbed a bag of weed, and tossed the keys into the driver's seat. "Thanks for everything, old girl, but I'm trading up," he exclaimed with a smile. New Zealand is just Australian Canada. True, brother. It had taken him almost half an hour to break into the main office and locate the key box, then find the correct key. Now he sat in the Chevelle, revving the engine. She was at 425 horsepower. With each press of the gas pedal, the car twisted ever so slightly, like a crouching panther ready to pounce. He backed it out slowly and drove out into the road. Snaking around his Jetta, he sat at a red light as if it was a track light. He revved and waited. The lights for the side roads turned yellow, and he tightened his hands on the steering wheel. The light turned green, and he floored it. The car didn't move right away as the wheels spun in place, and then they caught. The front of the car lifted, and then came down as he was streaking down the empty road, the engine roaring like a monster unleashed. More like Australia and Monaco, but yeah. His eyes were wide, his lips curled back so they were almost touched his ears. His teeth gritted. The road ended in about a mile, and it was fast approaching. He slammed the brakes, pulled the e-brake, and spun the wheel. The car spun in a half circle. A cloud of white smoke surrounded him, so thick he couldn't see. He stepped out of the car, his legs wobbly, fear and adrenaline, the potent mixture. As he thought for a moment he might pass out, he leaned against the hood of the still rumbling car. "Woo!" he yelled as loud as he could. He felt good. He thought of the gun in his mouth only an hour ago. Glad he decided to wait. Alright, now that I got that out of my system, what else can we get into? 3 weeks later. Timekeeper materialized in the road next to the Chevelle. He had a modified time chip. "Return, Mr. John. Come to take you to the proper timeline." "Mr. John?" The sun was reflecting off of the windshield, and the timekeeper couldn't see anything but the silhouette of the driver's seat. There was no response. He opened the driver's door, and John's hand flopped out. The Glock he had been holding fell to the ground. Blood was oozing out of the hole in his head. The tears in his cheeks were still wet. "I'm sorry I did not arrive sooner, Mr. John." The creature put his hand on John's face and closed his lifeless eyes. He tapped on his tablet and then shook his head. "Rest easy, Mr. John." The creature slowly faded out of existence. LOL! He was that close! He was that close! He just had to wait. It only took him 3 weeks to try and kill himself? Jesus Christ, he got bored in 3 fucking weeks? Okay, so, carrying on. Writing the story from yesterday. Are you guys ready for this masterpiece? It's gonna blow your minds. Are we all ready? Everyone, get your totes, get your drinks, get your whatever you need. This is gonna be an adventure into a glorious mind, sauntering about without care in the world, till darkness encroaches on them. My internet is shitting the bed real bad, so I might not be here as much as is desired. No worries, Levi. It's all good, bro. It happens. Glad that you, do want to stick around, though, you know. Like I said, this is like the part that I'm trying to figure out the most for with the stream, where it's like, how do I make the writing process interesting in and of itself? And it's like, I think I can make the outline and doing the outline interesting, but actually writing the story, that's a little bit different. Because I'm trying to focus on writing it instead of like focusing on the stream, right? So I think it's just kind of like, this is the lull moment, right? Where everyone can go get drinks and snacks and chill out and then come back to the stream in like 25 minutes if they want to read, like listen to what the story is, right? So I think that's a cool, nice thing that gives people an opportunity so they don't have to be here for like fucking 5 hours straight if they want to watch like the full entertainment of the stream. So I guess it is kind of nice to have this lull. So it's all about perspective, right? Don't say come back to the stream. Say check back in. All about vocabulary. Exactly. Check back in. I like it. Tune in anytime you can, right? I check out for this, but I'm not coming back because I've been here. It's very interesting, the thought process, yes. I mean, it's the can versus may, right? It's true, though. I feel like can versus may is more about there being an implicit element wherein permission grants the capacity, since by that person's nature they could not do it without permission. True. Talk stream when in insightful place, as he blesses us with his ethereal, bespeckled face. Levi and Valium wielding tremendous mod power. I pray for their mercy as I shiver and cower. Captain Cockchair, these are amazing. These are fucking amazing. Fuck it, I might write the Ballad of a Talk. Hell yeah! There, you're immortalized. Cuckchair poems. Hell yeah, man. That shit is like 100% going in like a clip. We'll figure something out. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for creating a fun community. Well, you build, they'll come, right? And I think I've built a comfortable, insightful, fantastical, like ever-expanding, ever-inclusive type of community where people can come in, kind of do whatever they want, talk about their stories, trade ideas back and forth, you know, have a general discussion about everything, throw your shit in Discord and I'll read it. We write stories. We, like I said, if you guys want to take the plot outline and write a plot outline for me to write a story from, then I'll do that. And then it's not just my ideas, right? It's other people's ideas as well, spreading more and more throughout the entirety of it. want to write a limerick to keep up the mood, but there's only one word that I can think of to rhyme with a talk, and that wouldn't be very appropriate. Like, there once was a man named Talk. He had effective with cock. Oh my fucking god. The world works in mysterious ways, my friend. Oh my god. Then one day on stream, he pulled out his ween that gave all the viewers shock. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, I love it, Levi. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck, I keep changing tense. I'm a fucking idiot. Gonna write a quick stream of consciousness thing to see what I can manage right now. Hell yeah, bro. Right, that's not a good sign. 110%! What's my power level? 57,923. I swear I've got that exact number before. What are we gonna write? Above average comedy story. Interesting. This could be considered a comedy. There once was a streamer from Alberta, arguably the world's biggest flirter. He'd write and he'd write, and all through the night, and in the end, he'd rival even Goethe? I'm not quite sure what Goethe is. Girder. I never would have got that. He'd rival even Girder. Oh, interesting. I'm so confused. I just had this. Where did it go? Why can't I find it, Levi? That was my quick limerick attempt. Why can't I find this? I literally just made a folder for it. Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. Jesus. I don't know why it doesn't have these there. It should. There we go. Alright. I'm like, did I state that she has a pumpkin in her hand? I'm trying to think. Or if I missed that. No, it doesn't, because it changes to her perspective. And in her perspective, she's not carrying a pumpkin. She's only carrying a pumpkin to them because she thinks that the pumpkin she's carrying is the carriage that she's going to ride down the hill. Yeah, I feel like this one's just going to be really short. Because I'm trying to think of, like... Like, the event's basically, like, her view of the world of what's going on. Their view of the world of what's going on. Her interaction with them from her side. Their reaction to that. And then her view going to... like the ball. Hmm. Hey, recently launched a website for story writers and world builders, meant to give them a place to organize their thoughts and design their worlds. I'm currently looking for feedback on it to make it the best it can be, and was wondering if you might want to try it out. The Fire Storm. Nice name. Yeah, sure. Post a link in the chat, bro. Let me, check it out. Because this is pretty much the end of the story. Like, I don't know at what point in time, like, maybe at some point in time in the middle here it goes back to the cops, but it's like, she gets tased, but I don't think I really need to say that. Just like a pain, and then the world, and then it's like poetic demise. World building and story planning made easy. Interesting. Yeah, I like the banner. Definitely goes hard. Think of it as trying to be an advanced file explorer, and it will soon add the ability to write books themselves in it. Nice. Yeah, looks pretty solid, bro. Thanks for sharing that. You want to hear my story? And then we're going to do what we always do, because this one's pretty short. But the whole point of it is perspective shifting between first person and third person. And the third person is just supposed to give you a little bit of solid context. It's not supposed to be any plot advancement device. Snow flaked against my pristine hair, the bun holding firm from the ravaging of the wind. I held fast to my dress, knowing the time would soon come of warmth and company unlike any met. Fairy had told me that the pumpkin carriage was awaiting me upon the distant hill. I had been reluctant at first of these dreamy whispers. They have led me to dark places before. The metallic taste of pills and the dryness that follows sank deep into my throat. The bits of snow cascading into my maw were but tears, cold and lifeless, pressing against my broken tongue. The hill loomed, and the image of my ride shone bright before me. My heart was ecstatic. For the first time in ages, I had hoped that the truth might be that which I refused to see, not others. I looked to the path ahead. The bushes swayed with the tempest as the snow gathered into an almost corporeal form. The sound of bells and singing enticed me to press on. I could hear the echo of a neigh from the hill, the horses readying for my arrival to take me to the palace. "Mike, we got a live one." Alex placed his coffee in the holder next to him and placed his hand on the car door. "Not her again," Mike exclaimed as he turned on the siren for the patrol car and turned it around to face the woman standing at the edge of the road. Alex opened the door, getting out of the car as he looked with frustration towards the sidewalk where the woman stood. "Mindy, you can't keep doing this kind of stuff." Alex put his hands out towards her. Somewhere in here it's supposed to say she has a pumpkin in her hand. She had frizzled hair. Hey, Muffin! Welcome back, good sir. A ragged dress. Too little coverage for such a wintry scene. She held a large, hollowed out pumpkin in her arms. There we go. Alex opened the door, getting out of the car as he looked with frustration towards the sidewalk where the woman stood. She had frizzled hair with a ragged dress that seemed too little of coverage for such a wintry scene. She held a large, hollowed-out pumpkin in her arms. Mindy, you can't keep doing this kind of stuff. Alex put his hands out towards her. I darted to the side as the snow beasts came for me, their arms a mere whisper of smoke and ice. I would not be torn from my destination by such foul monsters. With the strength of craze and frantic expression, my legs beat against the ground, the hill coming ever closer to meet me. The sweet clasp of hoofs on pavement and the wind carrying the scent of worn horsehair and the tingle brought to the back of my throat. It caused a wheeze to break the devastation. Caused a wheeze to wreak devastation on the tempered snowfall as I was to meet my carrier. The woman is going to be the death of me. The woman is going to be the death of my career. Okay. Swapping the second she sentence for a her sentence might work better. Her frazzled hair with a ragged dress that seemed too little of coverage for such a wintry scene. She held a large hollowed up pumpkin in her arms. Is that what you mean? You only said swapping the second she sentence, and I swapped the first one because I thought the first one would be better. Like, I don't know how her holding on to a large hollow pumpkin. I think her frizzled hair, like he's looking at her. That's a description of her. You need to reformat the sentence a bit. Frizzled hair with such a ragged dress that she wore. It seemed too little of coverage for such a wintry scene. So her frizzled hair with such a ragged dress that she wore. It seemed too little of coverage for such a wintry scene. She held a large hollowed out pumpkin in her arms. Not much going on, it seems, or am I just late? We've written the story, so now we're just reading it. I darted to the side as the snow beasts came for me, their arms. Oh wait, no, we're here. That woman's gonna be the death of my career. Now it's gotten clunky. Never mind. Well, it is a first draft, right? What we doing after? We're taking the story, we're turning it into an AI story, and then after that, we're playing Monster Hunter Wilds. That woman is going to be the death of my career. Mike stated as he huffed down the street chasing the woman. He reached for his handcuffs on his belt and readied them as he looked up to see the woman standing atop the hill of the road, staring down the other side. She had placed the pumpkin on the road and was yelling into a frozen night air about a royal palace and her prince she was going to see. Alex shook his head. These kinds of people need to be in institutions. Would keep us from having to run around every month for another cuckoo conundrum. The woman climbed inside the carved-out pumpkin and launched herself down the hill. I opened the door of the carriage as the wind blew in my face, raising my hand. I'm gonna go watch some Wordle while we wait. Alright, sounds good, bro. I opened the door of the carriage as the wind blew in my face. Raising my hand, I guarded my face from the storm. It had to remain perfect. The fairy had said my hair would be my winning prize this night with my prince. Stepping into the walkway upon which led to the grand gates of the large palace that appeared to beckon me, with its majestic charm, I began to hear the bells and songs once more of the great palace. I was to be the newest edition of grand royalty. It was mine by right through the vision of a fairy. Like the crawl jobs to Trackmania. Wordle? Trackmania guy? My trust was naive, yes, but who would not trust in such things when the only downside is a mere gesture of indulgence? I knew things would not be so easy as the snow began to gather behind me. The roar of the beasts on my heels prompted my action. I turned to run for the gates, but the prince and his guards would surely defend me from such creatures. They are not of this ground. They are far from it. So I say, if he wish me upon him with sight, he find me, I shall be of one with him, for there is not others that can satisfy the cunning of such a man. My mind burns to the knowledge he possesses, for the craving of stories and imagination take me with them to unknown worlds. I see it now, the hands of the beast reaching for me. A pain strikes my back, my limbs weaken as the world seeks to thrust itself into my vision. I am passing through this broken earth, the darkness swelling around me, to suck me into its abyssal demise. I ain't watched him in a bit, to be honest, and my memory is foggy. My last memory of him is the whole analog keys thing. In my mind. Alright, now let's take this.
As one of the biggest voices in the Trackmania community, I often get asked to use my platform for the sake of good. On the Trackmania Reddit page, the user Slobodan Medara brought up
The Shadow Legion. Hey, how's it going? Him? Interesting. I'll have to check it out. Right into 1,500 to 2,000 word story about was a very good presenter. Yeah. Always spell it wrong. Alright, here we go, guys. What's it gonna give us? Pumpkin Carriage Affair, Chapter 1. Invitation. Okay, I gotta grind some weed while we wait. But, how are you doing, Shadow Legion? Finally, my internet is working again. Nice! Congratulations, Levi. That's good to know. But yeah, if you, Legion, if you have anything, like if you write and you have anything that you've written that you want to drop in the Discord, feel free and I will read it. If you want me to read anything that you write, or if you have any ideas or anything that you want to talk about, feel free. We are completely open here to sharing of ideas and expression and everything. And the premise, grind some weed, makes me think you're farming mobs for weed drops. I'm 99 farming, Levi. I don't need to kill things for weeds. I just plant my own weeds. I was thinking either Thursday or Friday if you wanted to do the Titans. 99 farming gang. Yeah, buddy. 15 mil farming XP, bro. I haven't been doing my dailies, but I still do have either is goated for doing Titans. Well, that's good, because my membership is only 14 days, and I haven't done any dailies, and I don't have enough money to buy another bond, so I need to either sell shit to get fucking 14 mil for a goddamn bond. It's fucking expensive, bro. This shit is expensive. But I mean, with the economy and everything, it's like prayer potions are like 14k, right? Or at least last I checked, they were like 14k, I think. So it's like, with Renars being like 8k, like, I pretty much get the same amount of money out of my Renars. It's just, it doesn't feel like it. Because it used to be like 4k for prayer potions. Are you guys ready? That's not what I want. I did it too fast. Let's go, boys. Smoke it up. Hoping you get the purple beam on this weed drop. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Purple? Is it purple? I'd call that purple. Do you call that purple? I call that purple. That's pretty purple, right? Okay. It should be done writing now. This tale blends the fantastical delusions of Marjorie with the gritty reality of the officer's chase, shifting perspectives to highlight the contrast between her hallucinated wonder and their exasperated routine, all wrapped in Stroud's sharp, sardonic voice. Let me know if you'd like any tweaks. Ox, you don't have to read this. I watch Vertal, Scrappy, Massa, Muddy, Spamige, Majij, Birdie. Birdie? I knew a Birdie in Final Fantasy 11. Grenadi, Shield, Crinfolks, Yashabad, Days, Amy Rose, Keefy Doinks, J-Nick, Oh the Horrible, Aladdin, Atric, SG Bacons, Neurodivergent Kid, Neko, and a few more. They all play TM. I watch a small number of theology YouTubers, and that's about it. Stop, bro. You don't have to read it. Sorry, what, Muffin? Oh shit, I already copied this, didn't I? Boop-a-doo, here we go. Okay, well, just in the mere seconds that I read this where it says Marjorie's account, I was like, wait, you know how I should have actually done this story? Is this should have been her in, like, being interrogated by them and her recounting her story. And not the actual happenings that were happening, like, as if it's happening now, but presenting it as if it was a story that she's telling the police. I think that might have written better and read better. So there's something I've learned from it. It's not a failed story because I learned something from it. Fairies came to me at dusk, their voices like wind chimes caught in a storm. What the TFW? The happenings happen. Yup. Chat is like the #1 priority, brew. You guys are my priority. Because you're the reason I'm here. I'm only here because of you guys. I'm just here to facilitate the group. A place to congregate. And discuss. And lurk. And listen. And ponder the worlds that I've created. And the worlds that you could create as well. And show how bad I am. And then you are like, wow, I'm better than this guy. That's amazing. I want to hear your stories. Just like I want to hear AI stories, because who the fuck ever knows, right? All glitter and insistence. Marjorie, they trilled. The prince awaits you at the grand ball. The palace gleams at the end of the cherry blossom courtyard. In your carriage, a fine pumpkin, bewitched and ready, sits atop the hill. Hurry now. I squinted through the snow falling in the wind, casting shadows that danced like specters across the busy street. It was 2014, they said, but time's a fickle thing when you've got an invitation from a frog prince. I tugged at my gown's silken satin, shimmering like moonlight on frost, and set off towards the hill. The air smelled of wet pumpkin, sharp and cold, with undertones of soggy cardboard and something fouler, urine perhaps, or the lingering stench of mortal folly. My hands brushed the sticky, wet rind of the world around me, and my mouth tasted metallic and dry, like I'd swallowed a fistful of coins after my evening dose of medication. The fairies had warned me about the snow. When it thickens and swirls, it births monsters, great hulking beasts of ice and malice, ready to snatch a lady from her destiny. The pumpkin carriage loomed ahead, a golden-orange marvel with snow horses snorting plumes of frost from their nostrils. Their hooves clinked like ice on cobblestones as I darted through the courtyard, cherry blossoms swirling pink against the white. But the snow thickened and monsters rose, towering figures with claws of wind and eyes like broken glass. I heard distant wails, sirens, shrieking like banshees, the voices shouting, arguing. The beasts were closing in. I reached the carriage, my fingers sinking into its cold, wet flesh as I climbed inside. Evening dose of medication works quite well due to a preponderance of ambiguity. Exactly. Victory. The snow horses whinnied, and we lurched forward, careening down the hill toward the palace. But the monsters roared, their icy hands seizing me. I yanked my magic wand, well, a stick I'd found by the hotel dumpster, but enchanted all the same, and jabbed at them. "Back, fiends!" I cried. They were strong, pinned me down. Their lightning spells crackled in the air. I tried to run, but a bolt struck me sharp, searing pain in my back, and the world spun into darkness as I fell through the floor of my own fairy tale. Chapter 2, The Chase. Officer Daniels spat out a mouthful of lukewarm coffee as the patrol car screeched to a halt on Main Street. "Not her again," he muttered, eyeing the figure darting through traffic with a hollowed-out pumpkin the size of a small fridge. Marjorie, local nutcase, frequent flyer in the precedent log, was at it once more, holding up the evening rush in front of the Grandview Hotel. Horns blared, drivers shouted, and a crowd of gawkers had already formed, phones out, filming the chaos. "She's ranting about a palace again," Officer Ramirez said, stepping out and adjusting his belt. The air stank of car exhaust and something ranker, bodily fluids, no doubt, courtesy of Marjorie's latest episode. She was halfway across the street now, pumpkin clutched like a lifeline, screaming about snow monsters and a frog prince's ball. Daniel sighed. "Let's just grab her before she hurts someone, or herself." They approached, hands raised, voices calm. "Marjorie, come on now, let's talk this out," Ramirez called. She spun, eyes wild, calling them beasts of the snow, and shoving past with surprising strength for a woman in a tattered bathrobe. The pumpkin hit the ground with a wet thunk, and before they could react, she climbed inside and pushed off, skiing down the slight incline of Main Street like some deranged jack-o'-lantern jockey. Cars swerved, sirens wailed, and the crowd's shouts rose to a fever pitch. "She's not listening," Daniels barked, breaking into a jog. The pumpkin wobbled, gaining speed, and Marjorie cackled about her carriage as it skied toward the hotel's front plaza. Ramirez radioed for backup, but Daniels wasn't waiting. He lunged as she tumbled out of the pumpkin, landing in a heap of orange mush and snow-dusted asphalt. "Gotcha, ow!" A blast of pepper spray hit his face, and he staggered back, swearing. Ramirez, rubbing his own stinging eyes, yanked the taser from his belt. "Enough of this," he growled, the cold steel of his handcuffs dangling unused as Marjorie flailed, ranting about lightning spells. He fired. The prongs hit, and she jerked, collapsing with a theatrical scream. The crowd gasped, the sirens closed in, and Daniels wiped his face with a grimace. "Coffee and donuts are sounding real good right about now," he muttered as he cuffed her limp hands. The ride. The snow horses were magnificent, their manes streaming like clouds torn apart by the wind. I nestled into the pumpkin carriage, its sticky walls cradling me as we galloped through the courtyard. Cherry blossoms fluttered past, pink against the endless white, and the palace rose ahead, towers of glass and gold, shimmering in the storm. The fairies had promised me this, and here it was, my grand arrival. But the monsters wouldn't relent. They loomed behind me, their wails echoing like sirens, sharp, inconsistent, cutting through the magic. I gripped my wand tighter, its splintered wood biting into my palm. I lashed out. "Begone!" I shouted, slashing at their icy forms. They grabbed me, their claws cold and unyielding, pinned me to the carriage floor. I thrashed, my gown tearing, the metallic taste in my mouth growing stronger as the panic set in. The palace was so close. I could see the grand doors, hear the music swelling within. I kicked free, scrambling to my feet, ready to leap out and run to the final stretch. But the monsters unleashed their lightning, a jagged bolt that struck my back like a dagger. Pain exploded through me, sharp and electric, and my limbs went numb. The carriage dissolved, the snow horses melted into the wind, and the palace doors rushed towards me, then vanished. I fell, spinning through a void, the cold, wet, sticky world collapsing into nothing. The takedown. The pumpkin hit the curb and flipped, spilling Marjorie onto the pavement in a tangle of limbs and orange pulp. She sprang up, waving a stick like it was Excalibur, screaming about magic and monsters. Daniels, still blinking away the pepper spray, stumbled after her. Ramirez circled wide, taser at the ready. The crowd pressed closer, a mix of amusement and alarm rippling through them as the traffic snarled into a standstill. "She's lost it completely this time," Ramirez said, wiping sweat from his brow despite the chill. The air was thick with exhaust and the sour reek of Marjorie's unwashed state. She lunged at Daniels with her wand, and he ducked, swearing as the stick grazed his shoulder. That's it. Take her down, he yelled. Ramirez aimed the taser's hum cutting through the cacophony of horns and shouts. The prongs fired, embedding in Marjorie's side, and she convulsed, her ranting cut off mid-sentence. The prince will arg! She hit the ground hard, twitching, then went still. Daniels knelt, snapping the cuffs on her wrists, cold steel clinking shut. Public disturbance, resisting arrest, assault with a stick, he muttered, shaking his head. Backup arrived, lights flashing, and the officers hauled Marjorie to her feet as the crowd disappeared. Snipers at the ready. Another night in paradise, Ramirez said, holstering his taser. He glanced at Daniels, who was rubbing his eyes. Donuts after this? Daniels nodded, tasting the faint sweetness of his earlier snack beneath the burn of mace. Yeah, let's call it a win. I stood before the palace doors, triumphant. The snow had settled, the monsters vanquished, or so I thought. My gown sparkled, my wand glowed, and the frog prince waited within, ready to sweep me into a dance that would rewrite my fate. I took a step forward, the cherry blossoms carpeting the ground beneath my feet. Then it happened. Not much, Muffin. This story is kind of all over the place. Then it happened. A sharp, searing jolt ripped through me. A final spell from the snow beast I hadn't seen lurking. My legs buckled, my vision blurred, and the palace tilted, its golden light swallowing me whole. I fell, the cold, wet, sticky world rushing up to meet me, and then nothing. Darkness claimed me, the grand ball slipping away like snow melting in the wind. I honestly think mine's better because it's more consistent. What do you guys think? Like, I think they're, like, pretty much the same, but this needs to be, like, some of this needs to be, like, changed. But, I don't know, it's not that bad. Not the best, but neither was mine, so I want to keep my 169%. Prefer yours. Yeah, it seems more like out of place, but it's like together, right? Like it's a consistency thing, where this one repeats the same scene from different perspectives. Mine picks which part of the scene is from which perspective, but it's never seen twice. Planning in Discord? Hell yeah. That's a great start, Muffin. Alright, well, it's time, guys. Let's do it. It's Monster Hunter time. Monster Hunter! Monster Hunter! Okay, that's good. Change this. Did it crash? Or is it just taking forever to open? Taking forever to open as always. There we go. Might call it a night. No internet on my PC right now. Monster C. Did I just see Jiggle Physics Simulator in your stream library? Where? I want to know where. Where is this Jiggle Physics you speak of? Steam library. Damn it! No, on my other PC for World, I had the nude top, so I just had like massive tits hanging out, and I use Insect Glaive. So I just like bounce around in the air with my tits fucking flopping around. Can't do that on stream, sadly, but... Let's Monster Munt! I'm 14, so I want it. How about this instead, Muffin? It's more wholesome. Dude, Captain Cuckchair, do not say that. Do not. You can Dude, you can instantly get banned, permanently banned on Twitch by saying that. Do not ever say that. You could literally just automatically get permanently banned for ever saying anything that's like, I'm, and then a number that's yeah. Because you have to be 13 to be able to use the site, so it's like an automatic thing that it flags. So, like, try not to say that, because it can happen. Yeah, because you have to be 13. So if you ever said, I'm age under 13, you'd probably instantly get banned. And there's a chance it might pick it up if you just state, like, if there's a context of a conversation about age and you say, I'm 11, there's a chance that it could just automatically ban you. Yeah, no worries, bro. There are some things that, like, you really have to take seriously with Twitch's auto mods, because you could fuck your account over for some shit that's really fucking stupid, but it's just an auto mod fucking bullshit bot. So, yeah. It's kind of what I don't like about Twitch, is it has the auto for everything. Same with, like, the fact that, like, you can get in trouble for, you know, not, like, banning people that are being, like, racist or whatever, right? Okay, well, fuck this hammer, because we died to fucking Arkfeld with this. What's our next weapon? Fuck the hammer. Hey, bro, Smokey, how's it going? Wait, when did you say that, Smokey? What's going on here? Smokey, you're not in the all chat. What's going on here? I'm so confused. I'm sorry, Smokey, I missed your message because it didn't pop up. It's only on the inner chat.
Test these nuts.
Okay, well, mine comes up. Did you say anything else, Smokey? I'm sorry, I miss it, bro. I don't know why you're not coming up. I bet it was Valium Boy. Just like with Captain Cuckchair, he probably banned you. No, I'm just kidding. But we need a random weapon. How are you doing, good
Muffin.
sir? Bow? Okay, I'm down for some bow action. Can we make a new bow? Ooh, we can make that one.
Cute Muffin chose great sword.
I choose great sword. Unfortunately, I don't get to choose. Yeah, I think we just make the Rathian one. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. I only think I've used a bow once.
Bruh, the weapon making lady got me feeling some kinda way. Gemma feels my way for me, not you. That's okay, we can take it in turns. That's what she said. We both in the cuck chair now. Need some BIH to feel my weapon FR.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is like arrows and stuff. That's pretty good to have, right? Probably Charge Master. Oh no, that's not what I want. Critical Eye. There we go. That cute muffin. Your longsword is just over 2 inches long, right? Because 2 inches is what I consider long. I mean, to each their own, right? Oh, we need to eat before we go into this. No, that's larger than mine. Oh, we need items. We're completely out of healing too, aren't we? Be back in a bit. Alright, sounds good, Muffin. Thanks for stopping in, bro. We'll see you again. See what when we see you, broskidooskies. Wait, are we out of flash things? Do we need to make more? Well, shit. Okay, well, let's go then. Who, where, what? Calls for a cautious approach. Sure as fuck does. We died last time. What's Val on? Valium boy? I don't think he's on yet. It's still pretty early in the morning for him. So he's usually on around like the 3.5 to 3:45 minute time. I think you have to do it like... No, it doesn't work if he's not here. I don't even know if that does work. No, it doesn't work. You can't see someone else's XP. No, you can't. I was testing to see if you could, but you can't. I would have no idea how to do that. There's so many commands I have to make. So much shit I have to do. He definitely does. Because he's always more on Kick than he is on Twitch, but I keep forcing him to come to Twitch. So that causes him to lose out on Kick. So I'm kind of splitting his shit, which is kind of unfair, but I need him on Twitch. You know? 2 in 1 minute? Wait. Who redeemed that? Levi? Oh, it says at the bottom. Thank you for toke time, Levi. Thank you, Levi. Fuck, I have to take a toke. What timing, right? What fucking timing? Shit. Bro's going to get faded. The bowl is still hot. Things we do for love. The things we do for love.
Bro PLS, don't we need you? One more toke redeem and a glasses off redeem, get it ox spewing and whiteying.
Can you imagine playing Monster Hunter without my fucking glasses on? Jesus Christ. Even with a bow. Even knowing how to use bow. That shit is scary. I need to fix those other ones though. I just haven't had time. Thursday and Friday are my like days off, so. Oh shit, here he comes. Okay, he's landing here and we can finally start fighting him. Let's do it, boys! I don't know how this works. How do I use coatings? Okay, here we go. We're slowly gaining on him. Ooh, the tail gets me every time. Is the monster health displayed? No, the monster health is not displayed. It's got like a heartbeat at the bottom, but like that's not really its health. It just kind of shows you when it's like damaged and when it's infuriated, and then when it's close to dead there's a skull on the map. Ow. Fuck. Nice. What's a tracer? I don't know what the tracer is, but we stuck it to him. Shit, didn't get that one. Oh, maybe those are for wounds. Kind of ran into that one. Ooh. Earplugs, so annoying. Shit. Think you happy? Oh god, it's like you just get hit. Nice, shock trapped it. There's a wound. It's running away again, that's good. Oh, there we go. That worked. Woohoo! Nice. That was pretty good. Oh, we still got it off. That's what matters. Ooh. Scary fucker. Fuck. Leave me alone, bro. What did I ever do to you? Let's just shoot arrows at him. How did that hit me? God damn it. Oh my god, that almost killed me. Holy shit. You see how far, bro, giving him so many ass shots? Yep. Almost fucking died. Holy shit. Oh god.
Happy to your job, bro. FFS.
He's slacking today. Happy is slacking today, guys. Well, we're out of freaking potions. Why is he chasing me? Jesus, that took forever. How much honey do we have? 244.
This game is so overwhelming, lol.
How is it overwhelming? I'm using a weapon that I don't know how to use. I'm basically a noob and I'm at endgame. I'm like Elon Musk.
So many things going on.
It's very true. But I've been playing these games for 20 years, so...
Lol.
That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, he definitely looks to be angry. I can agree with that, Happy.
Happy promoted to Captain Obvious.
Fuck, I'm gonna die.
If you die, is it a complete reset?
No, you have to die 3 times. Yesterday I died 3 times using hammer. And then we ended the stream. Oh, he's leaving.
Rage quit or frustrated quit?
No, it was just too late. I need to go to bed. So we couldn't do another hunt. Because I really wanted to kill it. But I knew it would take another 35 minutes to do. Even if I did it with Insect Glaive. Or Heavy Bowgun. So... yeah, I just went to bed.
How come you stream now and not in your evening?
Because I don't get off work till 10 o'clock. And I don't get home till 11. I usually don't get out of the shower till 11:30. And then it's like, I do like an hour of like pre-streaming stuff. Like, you know, transferring all the notes over from my phone that I've done during the day to my computer, getting the computer set up, going into streams, talking to people, you know, promoting myself in the community, as it were, you know. And then we go live. And we go to sleep, and we go straight back to work. And then on days off, we do as much as we can for the stream and the YouTube. We go as hard as we can.
That's real hustle.
Hell yeah, bro. Only way to be good is to put everything you got into it. That's what I try to do. Ow. I'm never gonna learn that fucking tail jab. Nice. Leaving again. Chasing him all over the place like a fucking bastard.
God damn, is this guy invincible?
Well, this is my bow's not that great compared to like where I am in the game, right? If I was using Insect Glaive, he'd be dead in 20 minutes. Easy. If I used HBG, I could probably kill him in 15. If I was good with bow, I could probably kill him in 10. Because bow is fucking OP. If you know how to use it. But I'm literally only using the most basic of the basic moves. Ooh, straight through his entire fucking body. Oh, he's down. Where is Brutal Levi? He went to sleep. Didn't he say he was going to bed? Like half an hour ago or so? Either that or he said he was leaving over something. I don't know. But yeah, he left. I'm still waiting. Where's Valiant Boy? We're almost 4 hours in. Is he gonna miss the stream today? Because unfortunately I am going to be ending the stream after we kill this guy. Because, again, I gotta go to bed. But we made it to 4 hours, so that's good, right? Hour longer than normal. That's all that matters. Just keep pressing that time. Okay, we have potions now. Wait. No, make... Why does it not make... Okay, I don't know. I think I'm dumb. I know I'm dumb, but I think I'm super dumb. Wait, do we need a hot drink? Oh, Monster Turf War. Nice. See, if you're good at bow and you know when to dodge, it's really, really fucking good. But I'm just getting fucking lucky. Well, he's damaged to the point of limping now. So where we were last time, we had already died twice. So the fact we haven't died yet, damn good. Hammer is freaking annoying though. But we did spend the last like 10 minutes trying to break wounds because we were just frustrated with the fact that the hammer's range was so low. And that cost us killing him. Which is, I think, better for the stream. Like, you know, doing stupid things because it's more entertaining than just going in there and like brute forcing using the best combo over and over again, you know. That's why I like to use random weapons. Oh, my food buff wore off. That's what happened. My food buff wore off and then I instantly died because I got one shot. So we're gonna go get more food. Oh god, he's gonna chase me to the end of the fucking earth. Just in time. No, I fucked that up. Oh, we had a good streak going. Come to the shock trap, buddy guy. Oh, I'm not loaded. Fuck. Why am I on poison coatings? Damn it. Well, I wasted that shock trap. Oof, that backhand. Yeah, limp away, bitch. We got this. Ooh, the damage is real. Well, that didn't work. That worked. He's angry now. Oof. Missed, bitch. Fuck. Nice! We killed it! Woo! That's what I'm talking about, boys! Arc valve down. GG! Such is the way of the world. I stand atop the mighty. I am the slayer of such beings some would call gods. I call them small before my might. Look how much Nada has grown.
行こう。
Dun dun dun! Completed mission. What lies ahead? Alright, guys. Thanks for watching. And as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! GG's for the Scotties. Hell yeah, brother. You preach. Let's find someone to raid, good sir. Well, that's an easy choice right there.